So, you may be asking yourself because you're reading the stream title, why are we playing Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour? Isn't that just a glorified tech demo? But you'd be right. And that's it. It's like, no good reason, actually. But, I want to see how this plays for myself. So tonight, we are playing Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, which is a game that most people argue should have came bundled with the Switch 2 as at least some kind of free pack-in installed title, kind of like, say, Astrobot, or Astro Playroom, I believe it's called, on the PS5, or Wii Sports back in the day on original Wii's. Because the game itself is very tailored focused to the hardware, trying to tell you how exactly to use it, and all of its cool bells and whistles, so a lot of people don't really care for this one. I've heard a lot of mixed things about the Switch 2 Welcome Tour, and currently speaking, the game sits at a very interesting score on Metacritic, between average score of around 55 out of 100, and the overall user score is at 3.6 out of 5. So either people think this game is fun and worth trying out to see the newer features on the Switch 2, or it's a waste of $10 and it serves no real purpose. I've heard a lot of mixed things about this title, but I need to try it for myself. So that's what we're doing tonight. And this game is a very interesting setup in terms of trying to show you stuff on the TV, use some of the unique hardware on the actual console itself in handheld mode. So you may be asking how we can bother showing all that stuff, because there's a lot of back and forth, right? Hey, there's how. So I got a camera off to the side here, as you're seeing, which doesn't do the greatest job at focusing. This was the old camera we were using for many years on stream. This will be our shot camera for the Switch 2. I actually unhooked the console from my main setup and put it over here on the desk. As you can see, it's all wired up for audio, and also for another thing we'll talk about here in a second once I boot the system up. I will have to move stuff on my desk, unfortunately, but we do have things set up so we can use the mouse mode feature on the Switch 2 itself. Handheld things, because there are certain games on the actual Welcome Tour guides or mini games, whatever you want to call them, that will use the system in handheld mode exclusively. So I got things set up so we can see all that in action. So anytime we're going to play a game that requires handheld mode, we're going to be swapping to that feed. This is going to be a very interesting setup, but yeah, let's just say tonight's just going to be a weird and wacky one. We're mainly sampling the game. It's kind of long from what I understood if you want to do everything. I think it's about, what is it, like 5 hours, 5.5 hours last I checked. Pretty meaty. Probably won't be doing everything. And I don't know if you can hear that well outside, but in the beginning, it's going to be a little noisy outside with storm stuff. Hopefully that'll pass. We'll see. But you're going to hear a little more of it in a second, because I want to boot up the system for the first time and let you hear its boot sound. So I do need to kill my noise gate and get this mic very close. Listen to this. Okay, you can't hear it. I gotta turn my mic up by a lot more so you can hear that. But it's very faint, and I have it on loud in the options for the startup sounds. Let me fix that. Hey Matt, how you doing? I'm gonna mute my mic while I do this, because you do not want to hear this at full tilt. So let's try this again. Hopefully you heard the little boop 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 beep sound, because that's the best you're gonna get. Unfortunately, with how things are set up. So yeah, there's that. Now I will mention the other thing you saw dangling off the Switch 2 during the setup was this. If I go under controller and accessories, test the camera. Hello. So we got ourselves the Switch 2 camera all set up. Now, what I heard about this game is that it's kind of expensive when you really break it down. It's not a $10 game that should have been a pack-in, as people argue it. It's more. Because if you want to do everything in Welcome Tour, you're going to need this, the Switch 2 camera, or at least some kind of USB camera that's going to work on the Switch 2. And it could be Logitech cameras or some eMeet cameras, I think, or some also people found working. A lot of USB webcams seem to work. Its mileage may vary. Some will, some won't. I think some Razer ones can. Elgato ones won't. AverMedia ones won't. You have to just try stuff. You flat out can with my big old camera here. This could technically hook up to the Switch 2 with a capture card. But mileage may vary. Mine don't work. But it is possible to use a USB capture card for a full body camera. But you're going to need a camera of some kind for certain games. You're going to need a Switch 2 Pro controller that has the programmable G buttons on it. Or you're going to need the Switch 2 charging grip, which again also has the programmable G buttons on it. These are used for certain games. So this is where having these specific controllers will come into play. And finally, you're gonna need a 4K TV. The biggest paywall for Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Because, depending on sales, the cheapest I've seen a 4K TV really go for is about $200. This $10 game is getting pretty expensive, isn't it? Most of the stuff you can do without all this, but we have everything we need for the game, so we'll see how this goes. So, let's just go ahead and jump in. I'm going to turn up the volume on this one so we can hear the actual, intro part fully. Nice clap outside, jeez. I love summer weather. Yeah, this definitely just feels like I turned on the thing that was installed on my console when I bought it. What do you mean I had to buy this? Why? You got the wheel. No, that's the one thing we don't need. I'm not that stupid. I got the Wii wheel. It's close enough. Alright, welcome to Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. And immediately we get to pick our character, which is an endless screen of people. This never stops, so just pick whoever you want. Doesn't really matter. I feel this guy today. I don't know why. Just resonates with me. Could be the mustache. Entry begins soon, so please proceed to the gate. Welcome, welcome. Come on in. Hey, Super Spyro, how you doing? Hello, welcome. What do you think of the venue? Is this the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 you've ever seen or what? Go ahead and walk all over it. There are all sorts of things to do around here. You can gain some insight into what makes Nintendo Switch 2 tick. Take some quizzes about the system, experience tech demos that show off the system's features, and of course, play mini games. What was that last thing? Oh, the stamp rally. Stamps are hidden all over the place, so happy hunting. Oh, by the way, if you want to move around here quickly, press and hold the B button to run. Exhibit is really big, so it might save you some time. So essentially, just always hold down B. Got it. So the idea of this game is you run around an actual Switch 2 and learn more about what the system can do by taking some quizzes and just looking around at different buttons or mechanics. I like how this tickles your fancy for HD Rumble 2. Like, okay, funny. I get it. So this is showing you how things work in the system, which I think this is neat information. The biggest point of controversy with this game is, again, the price. That's going to come up a lot tonight because that is the thing people argued about since minute one. Everyone thought this was just going to be a pack-in because it just makes sense. But unfortunately, it's not. And most of the stuff, I think it's kind of a one-and-done thing. Like, oh, this is neat to learn how these rumble features work with magnets and such. But if you don't care about this kind of stuff, then why are you here? Go play Mario Kart instead. It probably came with your Switch too, because if you were smart, you got the Mario Kart bundle. I will say, though, just talking about the HD Rumble stuff, I'll talk about some of the features here and there when we're doing these quizzes. It does feel a little better on this console, but it's very hard to notice. That's the thing. I actually heard with HD Rumble on this console, it can actually be turned off by the system itself if it's been used too long. And it's not an error, it's a feature. And people were wondering their Switch 2s were busted because of that, because it was a thing they never saw before in Switch 1. Where a game could just pop up saying, hey, we're turning off Rumble for a bit. And it's due to like overheating concerns or something along those lines from what I heard. Alright, so let's try this. Insight Quiz, HD Rumble 2, Volume 1. 4 questions. Question 1. Do you feel it? Which part of the console is shown in the image? Microphone, mouse, sensor, HD Rumble, HD Rumble 2. Yeah, what do you think? It's in the quiz name. How's the weight used for the HD Rumble 2 feature? Move, spins, rolls, shakes from side to side after you just stay still. I don't know what you're talking about. That image is still. It spins. Which of the following is true of the strength of the HD Rumble 2 feature? It's strong, it's weak, it could be strong or weak. I'm always weak though, that's my answer. In the Joy-Con 2 controllers, what are the HD Rumble 2 parts attached to? Plastic on front, middle, plastic on back, not attached to anything. I mean, it's kind of floating there on that little dial, so technically nothing. But, nope, you're wrong, I'm sorry. Those two things there, you failed, you idiot. I'm not reading these anyways, mainly reading my chat. Spinning away. What did I say on the last question? Weight isn't spinning? Side to side. So I wasn't wrong, but I also wasn't right. It's like, close enough, you idiot. This one I just flat out forgot. Back. Okay. So just side to side and back. And thankfully, if you fail this, it doesn't matter. It's the same 4 questions. There, done. And that's successful. I like how it's got to give you hesitation, like, hang on, did he actually get it? I think so. But last time when you failed, it flat out just told you, you're an idiot, please leave. Like, it was not sugarcoating it before, it flat out said unsuccessful instantly. But when you succeed, there's got to be hesitation for some reason. What's this button I'm sitting on? It's taking the L. There's your release button on the back for the magnets. Ah, there's a stamp. So I gotta find certain things to interact with, and that's where the stamps are. Mouse feet make it easier to slide the Joy-Con 2 when you're using mouse mode, except if you're really gonna be using that, which is why we have these on standby. I say as one of them just fell, so that's gonna be fun to get. You want the actual grips, because these pieces give you a little extra, well, grip to the Joy-Con 2 itself on the table. So it's easier to use. SL button, not the size of like a grain of rice anymore. That's the sensor for the mouse. I've heard the mouse mode on this is really good because it works on almost any surface. It's just nothing's using it right now. It's like 2 or 3 games, and this is one of them. I know this and Fortnite use it, Cyberpunk uses it, the menus do. There's not much, unfortunately, right now. Let me get that strap before I go any further. And there's this thing, which is the other piece of the mouse foot. Hey Marley, how you doing? How's the not free tech demo? It's definitely a tech demo. Learn about attaching the controllers here. You want to play with magnets. Do I even need to read those? No, I have to read these before I do the quiz. That sucks. Now, mind you, I've already been using the system for 2 weeks, so I don't even need half of the instructions from these quizzes anymore to understand at least some of the basic functions. Like, I know how the magnets work at this point, which is better than the rail system, I will say. The rails from the first Switch, I actually had my original Joy-Con break. So they don't click anymore and lock. You can just pull the Joy-Con right off of a grip or the system, and it just pops off. You don't have to hit the release switch. Because they were just like plastic pieces inside the Joy-Con, which were very, very prone to failure. And like I said, within the first like month or two, it broke. Funny enough, it's the only Joy-Con that did break. Oh yeah, for whatever reason, you can like flip the magnets on this thing, which I don't know why. So I can use my Joy-Con grip as that example, because I'm not taking the system off. You can put these backwards like this, and the system does not stop you. The grips will, but not the actual system, which is weird. So if you wanted to, you can play your Switch 2 upside down. And I don't know why, but you could. It's a thing. Yeah, where are the magnets? Well, they're here and there. It's on the main body. Which makes sense when you play around with the grip. It's like, yeah, I don't think the magnets are in the actual Joy-Con itself. Probably somewhere else. So the SR buttons are made of steel, which is why they're magnetic. They're pure metal. They complain about the wobbly hold the Joy-Cons on the Switch compared to the Switch 2 magnet hold. Yeah, the system still has like some wiggle to it. Like you can, again, I'll use the Joy-Con for it. You can bend the thing a little bit back and forth, so there is still a wiggle. But the Joy-Con 1 had the wiggle side to side and up and down. You don't have the up and down part anymore, so it does feel a little more rugged. Which I do prefer that. And the C button! Man, that's gonna suck when it becomes a pay button here soon. Or telekinesis. Both my favorite. That's the release button to take them off. What's used to attach? Glue! They're never coming off my console. Which way can the Joy-Con be attached? For whatever reason, yes. All these. Which I hate. But it is possible. I don't know why you would do it. Imagine playing your Switch with the thing backwards. Like, play your Switch in a mirror. What a legend. You know how magnets work. Oh my god. I enjoying the insight quizzes? They're boring. I'm gonna be honest. I've only played this game now for what feels like an hour. It's been only 20 minutes. And I've just been answering questions. Oh. Player LED. Another quiz? I didn't even see this over here. This is for the mouse stuff. Now this might be a thing I gotta pay attention to a little bit more, because again, I have not used mouse mode yet, because nothing uses it on this console, outside of a very small handful of games. That'll change hopefully within the next couple months. As of right now, there's not much. Yeah, hold the Joy-Con like this, aka like a real mouse. No brainer. You can use the mouse on your lap, which you can't do with a traditional mouse. I mean, you kinda can, It just barely works. The old ball mice used to work better like that. I heard a funny joke going around in the press at the time people were invited out at the Switch 2 like April showcase stuff, where people were like, I really hope someone shows up pantsless. Like, just takes off their pants and plays the Switch 2 just on their leg. That was a very weird joke, but I understood the context because people wanted to see if it actually could work on skin. And that was like one of the biggest questions everyone asked coming out of the event. Did you try the Switch 2 Joy-Con mouse mode thing on your skin? Unironically was a thing people were asking for. Surprised it still uses a camera of some kind of like the IR pointer on the other Joy-Con like they showed, but yeah, that thing was never used. It's like using a very small handful of games. I can see why it was ditched. Keep your original Joy-Con if you want to play things like 1-2 Switch for some reason. And more importantly, Ring Fit Adventure. A game that's probably worth using the IR pointer. This is the unique thing about the mouse mode. It can be used more like the gyro control in games, not just a proper pointer, which you can't do that on PC mice. You can also use two mice at the same time, which you can't do on a computer. Not in the traditional sense. If you're using two, they're both the same pointer. But this allows you to have two pointers. Or, you know, you can be that madman and double wield. Alright, let's quiz. Yeah, gif of dude playing the Joy-Con, the jeans were hilarious. Yeah, Max shining on his pants made a lot of sense. It's like a lot of people wanted to see that. But it's just how he did it was just funny. In what way can you play games using Joy-Con mouse control? I'll get back to you when there's more of those. Because there's really not. Nibbling on cheese is a weird answer of all time. Underwater. We're playing the Switch 2 in the pool, baby. Okay, what is indicating the mouse sensor? Now, there's no joke there. What does the gyroscope allow you to do? Alright, where's the funny bits? Take fancy photos of the mouse and complete an art collection. Let's go. Battle mice against each other. That's right. Rodent battle. Yeah, again, these quizzes are nothing, which I'm not surprised about. Mouse sensor sensei. I get it. So that's it for over here. I still need more of the stamps, because I only have half of them. But I can now leave. Because you need to do stuff on the Joy-Con to actually leave. Let's see if we can find all the stamps. Is there not another one for clicking in the stick? Because that's a button. That would make sense. Alright, so what are the last three? They gotta be things. Ooh! Glasses. I don't know whose these are. Should you find any lost items, make your way to the welcome tour, go to the help desk. Oh yeah, I heard that this is pointless. I've heard people say that if you do find lost items and bring them back to the help desk, there's like nothing from it. So what was the point on that mechanic? Yeah, I got nothing for that, so, so what was the point? Invert the camera controls? Okay. I feel like that should just be in a pause menu, but I'm not changing them. There is no pause, by the way. I have a map. It tells me how much a percentage I'm done. That must be a minigame there with the UFO. Holy crap, that goes all the way to L? Jeez, man. How big is this place? Apparently too big. Alright, this is a mouse game. Mouse controls allow you to move the character more quickly and accurate than the control sticks. Control sticks. So can I do this on TV mode? Probably. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to, but you know, I have to ask for certain games. So obviously, it ain't gonna work right now because I'm using a Pro Controller and it turned off. So that shows you it's not gonna work. So that's why we have Joy-Con on standby. I'm gonna have to use these. I'm gonna use the straps to make this easier, because then I get a better friction table here. And I have the best setup for this because I am playing with a mouse mat, so I don't have to worry. Although, I have one major problem, which if I show you guys the camera again, I got this giant keyboard in the way. So, what do you do when you have no surface to play your Switch to, you may ask? Well, this is where you improvise. Get rid of the keyboard. Who needs the type? Not me. There, if anyone asks me to reply in chat, it has to be verbal only now, because I'm missing a keyboard. It's not gonna work. Answer knees. I mean, if the wire was longer, you joke, but I could do that, but I don't have a long enough wire. Alright, let's get our Joy-Con. I'm just gonna play it like this. So you're not gonna see me doing this. One of the games I think requires us to use the handheld. I might pop it out maybe for like a different one. But this is how it works. Both left and right, both of these are moving the cursor. So right now, this is with my left hand. Now I'm gonna move it with the right hand. Both work. And then the click is the R button. So I just gotta point at that and click it. Not bad, but I will say, I don't know how to hold this thing. It's weird because it's not like an actual mouse, but it's not like a traditional controller. So how do you hold this thing? Like right now, I'm just kind of gripping around where the joystick is, and that's kind of my best idea. Okay, so I need a little bit more because I was close to the 30. So let me try this again. And I'm gonna do this in handheld mode after this attempt, just to show you guys how it works. Oh my god. Okay. Mulligan. The other Joy-Con's not working. So this is just a one-player thing. Okay. So let's see if we can set it up the other way around. This is why we have things set up in a very, very specific way. So, let's undock my Switch. Which thankfully, you guys are still going to hear the audio. So, I don't have to do anything special there. So here it is. I'm going to have to move. Wrong one. I got my sleep button on the other side. So I'm gonna have to move this a little bit so it's easier for you guys to see it. Actually, that Stream Deck's just gotta go. There we go. There. Something like that should be okay. So we're just kind of experimenting right now. Alright, that should be good. I might have to adjust the screen brightness because you literally cannot see it. But I think this is good enough. So this is how I'm playing it now, right? Which is going to be a little annoying because I can't see what I'm doing. So, cheat. I hope this is not going to be too laggy, but I'm going to use the camera's viewfinder here. All right, so now I can see what you guys are seeing. Oh yeah, no, nope, I can't do that. That's a lot of input delay. I'll have to look at the screen. So see how I'm moving my left hand doesn't work, so it's just right. Now I've heard this has a second difficulty, so I don't know about that, because I think the second one uses both Joy-Cons, not just one. Good patterns, good patterns. Oh, now they're green balls. They move slower. Holy crap, how'd I not get hit? Alright, well, we got the second time. How long could we last? Not much longer at this rate. Oh my god, that was close. So there you go. That was a pretty good time. We'll take it. Well, that's how this works, which is interesting, I will say. So let me put this back in the system. Then we'll just play like that again on TV mode. I don't know where to put the stream deck though for this kind of purpose. This is kind of hard. As you would imagine. Something like this? No. It's gonna be weird. Oh yeah, I also gotta... Again, this is why I need the other... setup. Alright, good. There we go. I guess for now, I'll just play like this. Dodge those spike balls with ease. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Wasn't easy. Part 2 is available. Oh yeah, there's multi-parts. My first medal, got 5. Good for you. So this has you collecting stars. Yeah, how do you hold this thing? Like, my hand is gripping it like this, right? Which you can't even see because of the camera angle, but essentially, my hand is like this, trying to use either the middle finger or the index finger to actually click. And then from there, grip around your thumb to the actual stick. But then this whole side of my hand has nothing to rest on. A traditional mouse you hold complete in your hand. There's no piece of your hand that's not in the mouse. But here, I have this whole right side of my hand doing nothing, and it feels weird. I've already seen people try to 3D print stuff to compensate this. And I've heard some of those prints are either okay, or make the control worse, which is interesting. Oh, okay, well, what's my point threshold? 40?! Wow. I'm gonna have to really level up my game. I don't think I need every star, to be fair. Yeah, they're gonna put some of these on a very, very bad area. Oh, I don't like that. What's nice is rumbling the controller when I grab a star. Okay, so that's it. I'm done. I got what I need. I'm out. Hey, there you go. 4-2. I wish I could skip the little animation of like the flipping from the medallion. There's part 3. What? Thanks. What was the point? I'm probably not doing that one tonight then, because I don't care. Alright, so this is where HD Rumble's used. You feel the vibrations, and then try to find out where it is on the controller. Okay. So I'll stick with Joy-Con for this, because they're already out. So... oh no, this is still on mouse mode. Okay, that's interesting. So find exactly where the rumble's the strongest with your pointer. Oh, it's just on a scale of left to right. I'm saying it's right here because I'm feeling my hand constantly vibrate. Oh, I was close. Distance of 118. Missed by 68. You're an idiot. Try again. You know, it's hard to feel when half my hand's not even on the controller. Like as I said before, half of my hand can't even rest on the thing. I'm saying right here. Oh my god, really? This is precise. Like, you can hear it go. I don't know how well, but let me see if I can show that off. You're gonna turn me up. So I'm gonna be quiet here for a second. Like, I don't know how well you can hear that, but that's going crazy. That's very aggressive. Let me turn me back to my proper level. That's how you're supposed to guess it. You're hearing how aggressive the rumble is. You're feeling that in your hand, trying to guess exactly where it is. Problem is, again, half my hand's not on this controller, so I can't fully commit. I'm off every time by a good 50 to 80 points. This is gonna be stupid, but as soon as I get my guess, I'm holding it like this. Weaker. Weaker. It was around here, I think. I'm gonna say right on that line. Dude, every time. I'm off by 3 at that point. Oh man. I hate this one. This one's stupid. Like, I legit can't feel half the rumble because I have my hands on the controller. Like, this is bad. I get the point. It's neat, but how am I supposed to be that exact? There's no way. When you're cupping this much and then this whole piece of your hand where my fingers are closed, can't feel it. That's very inaccurate. So let me try cupping more of the controller in my hand. It's also, let me take off the strap piece, because actually, what I don't like about this is you can't take the actual wrist portion off, the wrist strap, and the actual like clamp part is digging into my hand right now. I'm gonna try without the grip. Again, off by a good 58. Oh, wow. That was the best one yet, and I thought I was off. Distance of 4. Best score. I hate that one. Can we not do the other one, please? I'll attempt it, because I don't know what's different, but that was not fun. Seem you're able to gauge. Yeah, not really. It's, oh my god, how? Racked up 10? Where? Share. Got the time. This one's not a game. You'll get to shake the Joy-Con 2 controllers if they're a pair of maracas. Alright. Sure. He does give you, or she, I can't really tell what the character is because it's so tiny. They give you some metal for this. So now I want the strap back on. So shake 20 times. You can change the appearance. You shake a rubber ball 20 times. You roll the ball and then figure the last one out on your own. Alright, so let's see what this is about. I don't like how close I am to my microphone for this. Going local. All right, let's change. Oh. Shake around the rubber balls. You can't see them. So what do you mean by gently roll the beads? That, okay. 100 times. Well, you know what we do in this house. There, that was 100 times. I did it. All it took was me losing my mind. That's what we do around here. Well, now I can try the other mouse game. You shook those maracas like there's no tomorrow, you nutcase. Here, have this medal and leave. Have to move from side to side, and now up and down. Great. Like I didn't struggle the first time. Now I get a new axis. I can't wait for the Z-axis, where you gotta shove the thing in the console to figure out the rumble distance. Alright, let's try this. I think here. This is aggressive. You can see my cursor moving. Wow, not even close. That cursor was shaking because my hand couldn't be steady. That was how aggressive the rumble felt. What? How much more can I feel? An earthquake in my hand before I click yes? Alright, that felt good. But that was close. I got the first one. So let me see if I can get the second medal. I can feel it every time. It's going crazy. So that I'm in a ballpark if I feel, but that wasn't good enough. Yeah, that felt very close. That was literally 50. That's impressive, but it was still not enough. Around here somewhere. I would say here. Oh man, look at that distance. Oh, by 2! Ah, that should have been more to the right. Every time. You see, I like this one way more than the first, and I still hate this. HD Rumble GeoGuessr goes crazy. This is so close. I'm gonna give this one more attempt. I'm just gonna move on because I want the medals, but I am not even close now. I'm actually getting further away with each attempt. Maybe I will try the leg method. This is the most you get to see of leg. So that's what I'll be trying. Because if I can feel more of the rumble, then that might make this easier. I can't really feel it on a desk. Like, I can feel it, but I'm also not exact. So at this point, it might as well be like I'm cupping my Joy-Con in my hand. Yeah, that was somewhat easy to feel and somewhat harder. Dude. Now I'm just getting annoyed because I actually have it. My god. Dude, I can't wait until you see like a speedrun of this, and that's just gonna essentially just be like whatever this is. Like, that's what they're gonna do. Except better. Alright, one more attempt, then moving on. No, if you pick one on fire, just swap near a captain heals them all. Oh, it must work like a whistle. I didn't know that. That's actually interesting tech to know. And I imagine that might work for other hazards too, like when they're maybe getting hit with poison if they're with you. I don't know. Worth trying. Yeah, I'm just moving on. That was so close every time. This is next to impossible to feel the exact rumble they're wanting. So, yeah, screw that. Yeah, you got a point on that one, Marley. Most first parties are the only ones that really bother showing off a lot of the tech in this console, or just any console, period. So, that is kind of the issue. Like, look at the PlayStation controllers. They're the biggest example of missed opportunity. Because they got a speaker, they got gyro, they got the touchpad. Nobody uses any of those features. Not even Sony. Sony themselves gave up on half of those features. So it's one of those situations where you got all this hardware, and it's not being touched. Which is a shame, because there's so much good stuff on it, but nobody cares. At least in the dev field. What? I need all of them? Come on! That's dumb! So which ones am I not finding? I'm trying to think, what else is on this controller I haven't looked at? Because I am running out of spaces to run. There's these buttons, but I haven't seen a pop-up for the R and L. Or, there you go. The ZL, ZR, I wasn't finding the pop-up, so I was wondering, do I gotta go around? On the underside? So I'm just missing one more, and I'm guessing that has to be magnet release. Did I get... No, wait, didn't I get that button? It's like back there. Because it's like on the underside. How do you pull up your menu for that? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I am missing magnet. So where's that one? More importantly, how the heck do you actually trigger it? It's on the underside of the controller. Oh, no, it was just the minus. I was gonna say, that's no way. Now, gyro aim on Switch ports is surprisingly low? Yeah, really. There are some games that use it great, and then 90% of the library forgets gyro isn't a thing in the controller. And every controller has it if you have a Joy-Con or a Pro. So it is one of those, like, no real excuse. Having it as an option would be nice. Now, what do you mean by slippery? Did they take the film off the screen you weren't supposed to do? Because if you leave the film on, the Switch 2 screen can survive 50 hits from an Allen wrench, or whatever crazy thing Jerry Rig everything did. There's a hidden stamp near here. What, for the magnet? Because that would be expected. Or at least like for like the attachment piece. Well, let me do this while I'm here. Okay, what is this demo? Because it's a screen-based thing. Try out HDR. Guess what we can't do? I mean, kind of can. Alright, so I forgot to mention that point too when I was doing the intro. You might need an HDR display. Now, here's the funny thing. Let's do that on the TV. I will do this on handheld for you guys, so you can see exactly how this works. Because let me just tell you now, this won't work for this part. Compatible software only, and I'm gonna let my capture card tone map itself. Because it can do that. I don't know how to calibrate this right now. So I'm gonna say no. You wanna know why I am saying that? You guys get to see a decent image, I'll have to say it that way. A decent one, because my capture card is tone mapping all the colors. So it's not 1-to-1, but it's better than what I'm seeing. My display is not HDR compatible. I'm running stuff through an HDMI chain that's duplicating a completely different signal to the screen. So I will need to show you guys this with the handy dandy hand cam. This is what I get to see. If it turns on. Hello? Turn on, please. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, okay, it didn't turn on the feed. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. I'll just do it manually. Here's why. There it is. Yeah. So this is what you guys get to see, right? Nice-ish colors. What I get to see. It might as well be a black and white image. The camera doesn't do it justice. That's extremely desaturated. I get a terrible image, so I can't calibrate HDR because I don't have HDR on this display. It's on my actual TV, and I'm not turning on my actual TV for this. So we're gonna have to do this twice, because once looks like this. God, I don't know if I can do this. The other one will be on the actual display, because the Switch 2 screen is HDR. So this is an HDR mode. I mean, I can't tell. Even when I'm looking at the capture card feed, it's very faint. This is SDR. I literally can't see much of a difference because, again, of how things are being tone mapped. This is a bad example. See Nintendo Switch light up the sky. What does that mean? Just like unload all of my fireworks like SpaceX does with the rockets every day on launch? Ayo. Oh, that's probably what that meant. Yeah, it took a second to recognize. There you go. Hey, Ethan, how you doing? Can I do that again with actual HDR? That would be nice. Let's do that with actual HDR so I can see what I'm doing. I'll point it like this so you guys can kind of see it. We will have to turn down the brightness, though, on that, because it's very washed out. We'll put it, like, around here. Halfway should be okay. Yeah, you can see that better. So that's HDR. Let me zoom in the camera more. I'm just gonna fire at will here. I'm just looking at the computer screen to make sure you guys can see this well. Here comes the Switch 2 logo. There it is. And then we toggle HDR back to SDR. This is on, by the way. HDR is just enabled for the actual tablet screen. So this is SDR mode. This is a terrible SDR HDR test. I don't see a difference, personally. And it's because the Switch 2 screen is not the best when it comes to HDR. Like, at all. So let me put this back in the dock. That should be better. The Switch 2's LCD panel, from what I understand, can only reach about 450 nits. And if you know anything about HDR, that's not enough. 400 HD nits. 450 nits is a bright screen, but not terribly bright. And you needed to go higher for proper colors to show up correctly. And from what I hear, the best way of experiencing HDR is to have an OLED panel of some kind. So HDR here is pretty good off the Switch 2 if you're on a TV with, a great HDR monitor. But if you're playing this on the LCD panel, you may not get the full experience because it's not the best HDR display. It's alright. I've noticed colors pop on it, but this is a terrible test of that. So that doesn't help. Fireworks went way up high. Couldn't see much of a difference, especially on my washed out screen. Let's turn off HDR. Because I'm not doing the rest of this like this. It's disgusting. At least for me. Because I get no dynamic range. HDR, more like NDR for me, because my colors are all gone. So let's bring them back. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, that's right. I still have the mouse mode thing on. That's neat. What is HDR? Well, one, how you doing there, Kira? But HDR stands for High Dynamic Range. HDR is a format that will display more colors and a more vibrant color palette, if that makes sense. So anytime you go to a movie theater and you're watching a movie there on the big screen, it's usually presented nowadays in HDR. So that's why scenes can look really colorful. The bright parts are really bright, the dark parts are really dark, making it feel more realistic. And again, for TVs specifically, they have them too, but an LCD TV, like I got a couple TVs in my house that have HDR. They're okay, but not as good as like going to the movies and watching an HDR movie on the big screen. And I've seen another like OLED panel at someone else's house, and that was pretty good on HDR as well. So it really depends on your screen. Some screens are better with it, some are not. Honestly, if you can't see too much of a difference, it's recommended to turn it off. Just because you have to calibrate HDR. And if you don't know how to calibrate it right, you're not getting great colors. And also the whites can be really blown out too. So it can make things look a little washed out. Oh, an HDR TV, but your laptop has it? I mean, that's not bad. I think my laptop also has HDR. I'm trying to remember how, though. I think it might just be HDR for viewing video. I don't think it has it for just using the computer as a whole, like with the OS. If I remember that correctly. Because HDR is weird on Windows. It either works or doesn't work in a lot of ways. It's, like I said, it's really weird. To be fair, Windows implementation of HDR is not the best. It's actually seen as like one of the worst HDR experiences. Because it's so inconsistent and there's no way of tweaking the settings, really. So I don't normally use it on most of my stuff. I've already turned it off on my Switch 2 display when I usually use it. I turned it back on for tonight's thing, obviously. I usually turn it off just for battery life as well. Because HDR uses more battery, because it's pushing the screen to be brighter. Much like 120S can be disorienting. I mean, I disagree with the disorienting, but I'm also so used to a higher frame rate now, it's not really a problem. But it's like, mileage may vary on that. Some people have a worse time with high frame rates than others. So I can understand that. And same for the colors. I legitimately was watching, I think it was Toy Story 4 where I first noticed this. I was watching Toy Story 4 in theaters, and they got to, it was one of the last shots in the movie when they were all going to the carnival, and it was so bright that it actually was giving me a headache, an eye strain. It was a lot. Yeah, this is why a lot of Switch 1 games are getting a loading buff. But also the cartridges are just faster on Switch 2, period. They're not as fast as digital games still, though. So if you want the fastest loading, you're still going to have to go digital only. And there's also, No, not one or two, multiple game cards because of the game key card thing. And Switch 1 to Switch 2 carts. There's a lot of differences. They do have a distinct shape with a little, like, nudge out piece. Okay, I have not seen that because I don't own any Switch 2 physical games right now. Because the only one I would have got was Mario Kart, and that came with my console. So I have it digitally. Which, honestly, I'm actually really glad I have it digital, because it makes it easy now to swap back and forth between games. I don't have to pop it in, just load it. I wish you could do it like that. Just put them both in. Bravely Default is probably going to be the Switch 2 cartridge we're showing here, Marley. So I would imagine you can probably see that little distinct cutout piece. Also, I'm reading that sign somehow nowhere near it. That's impressive. Notches in the bottom right. Yep, alright, so they don't lie. They're heavy suckers. They're very heavy. Have more than. I was trying to read that for a second, like. And they're both pins capacity. Wait, I have to ask this as a legit question. How many Switch 1 games were actually on 64 gig cards? The answer, I believe, is actually pins. Because capacity is like a roller coaster. There were 64 gig cards for Switch 1, but not many games shipped on them. It was rare. I think it was the most expensive one. But now it's the only one on Switch 2. No, oh my god, the mouse mode works in this. My finger went over the IR sensor and it was vertical for a second. So it just activated. Okay, so it wasn't pins. It has to be capacity, which I don't understand that. How many games were in 64 gigs? Buffer size of 4. Are you saying it's that? Really? That's not what you're specifying. When you said size, I assumed overall storage, not buffer size. That's a whole different thing. They have the rune. Yeah, so they have all the Switch 2 cards. They have all the same like little bump out piece. That makes sense. If you don't see that bump out piece on your cart, then that means it can also work on Switch 1 if it's red. Because that, I think, is supposed to be their indicator. Because there's 3 different cartridges types, but I think they're all red. Only one that was 32 gigs, and it was Witcher 3. Nothing comes up for 64, unless it was maybe a few months ago. Yeah, I don't know how big Xenoblade X was. I remember on the Wii U, you needed to download extra data, because it was too big for the DVD. But even that's probably not a full 64 gigs. Hey, built-in Microsoft. Built-in Microsoft Windows. If that was the case, we'd all be screwed. Built-in microphone. Going back to the DS and Wii U era, baby. What I like, though, this has really good noise reduction, and I'm going to show you guys that later. Because I have a special surprise off camera. This does do a really good job at noise isolation. So, the graphics they're using here is from NVIDIA. And if you use any of their cards, you already know about their NVIDIA broadcast suite of RTX background removal, and more importantly for this console's sake, the RTX voice features. That's what they're talking about now. It can cut out noise from anything, including the fan in the system. Not just the fan though, anything else around you. Because they demonstrated for the game chat stuff. Someone was running a blender in the background, and it just cuts out the blender entirely. But you can still hear the person talking pretty clearly. So it's pretty good noise isolation. I mean, it's not perfect. And it will make you sound like you're in the toilet, because it is noise suppression at the end of the day, not a noise gate. So it can cut out certain frequencies. So like this case, they're playing music. The music will get cut out. Because that's what you hear if it doesn't get cut out. A lot of feedback. It's terrible. We don't like feedback in this house. Or at least audio feedback. We like actual proper... We like hitting our mics around it. We like having constructive feedback on videos and streams. We don't like noise feedback, because that's disgusting. And that's how most people will have their Switches hooked up, right next to a TV. So it's gonna sound disgusting. This is why we need the noise suppression to cut out all game sound and people talking. But not you talking. We want to hear you. Balancing voice levels. What I tell my friends on the daily basis. Step 1, turn down your mic. Step 2, profit. So it's using an auto gain feature. That's kind of what they're talking about here. You can be louder or quieter depending on your distance, so it's just using a little bit of an auto gain to fix some of that noise. Now, mind you, it's still going to sound different because of the laws of physics here. Because if you're close to your mic, you're going to sound great, right? But then let's say, I'm going to do this one manually. You can be like over here, much further away, and it's going to sound a lot more echoey and bouncy. So there's always so much the system can do to fix the laws of physics. Best audio, get the mic close to your mouth. And what's nice about the Switch too is you can hook up a USB mic to it. Or just plug in a 3.5mm mic to it as well. From like the top headphone jack or a Pro Controller. You finished half the challenges about losing Pikmin? Nice. Halfway there. A tiny conversation partner. Thank God, because I don't have friends to talk on game chat with. So, they gave me a friend on my console. I'm actually going to use the mouse for this. This will be fun. Removes what? The sound of rain? Food blender noise. Gee, I wonder what we're referencing there. Vacuum cleaner noise. Tell me more about vacuums. We're clapping. Technically all the above it can work with, but which sound is not removed to provide a more enjoyable experience? Clapping. Because if the other three were there, it'd be hard to hear you. Oh my God, it's cutting out the angry bees. Let's go, kill those bees. No, the fan. Cuts out the noise of the fan. And this is what we said. In this house, we're gonna get payback for the feedback. You don't want feedback here. The chip in the Nintendo Switch 2 console, that is from NVIDIA. We'll just flat out say that. Makes it easier for you to hear the volume, not the size of their mouths. Man, that guy's a big mouth. Hey, we did it. Perfect score. So, I need to have a little bit of a side tangent here, right? Because you guys are not expecting what's coming next. I'll just say that much. So, I'm going to swap to the full cam feed for a minute. Because there's something off camera here you never saw when I was hooking up the Switch. Yeah, there's a vacuum. So, remember how I just talked about NVIDIA noise removal and how this system is using it? It's a very good reason why. And I'm going to give you a demonstration now. So, kill the music. So, when you talk with something like this running in your room, no noise gate. So, here's the standard noise. Then you have a vacuum running in the background. That's what you get to hear now. That. But if you use something like NVIDIA's noise removal, vacuum's gone. Can you still hear me pretty clearly? You should. I'm gonna sound muffled, but you can still hear me over the vacuum. So, the Switch 2 also has the same NVIDIA background removal. And we get to show that off. And I'll do it now, but one of the games are going to be doing something similar later. I just don't know if we're getting to it tonight because of how much we've already spent on 2 floors, right? No, it's an audio. So let me turn this up so you can hear me, right? I'm going to do a before and after. Alright, so I'm going to hit begin recording. You can see my levels. Listen without the vacuum. Alright, let's go ahead and test out the Switch 2 microphone. Alright, let's go ahead and test out the Switch 2 microphone. And now for comparison's sake, let's turn back on that vacuum. So, you're going to hear me talking through here on the mic with the test, with the vacuum running. And then when it's done, I will mute so you can hear the actual audio from the Switch. There it goes. Vacuum running. Alright, let's go ahead and talk on the Switch with a vacuum running in the background. How's this sound? Alright, let's go ahead and talk on the Switch with a vacuum running in the background. How's this sound? Well, outside of the noise just completely cutting my voice off at the end, that was my fault on timing, that sounds pretty good. You didn't hear the vacuum at all. That was completely cut out. That's the power of NVIDIA background noise removal. I love it. It's a little aggressive, and you can't adjust it on the Switch 2 like you can on PC, but it does a really good job at cutting out, you know, this. Or a leaf blower. If you know the video in question, you know. But NVIDIA background noise removal, really powerful tech. Let's get this vacuum out of here. Gonna be off camera a little bit. Still in arm's reach in case we need it later. You never know. So, I will recommend one thing at least when you're talking on Switch 2. Tell your people to turn off the vacuums. It's like, I like that technology is here. That's great. Leave noise suppression on if you want to use something like that, right? But I will just say, as someone who's worked with audio for many years now, the pro tip of any kind of audio production, garbage in, garbage out. So if you got a really loud and noisy environment, and things just don't sound that great, it's not going to sound any better even when you do post-processing to it, like with a noise removal or a suppressor in that case. So you still want to try to go without being in a super noisy environment. But if you are, and you can't avoid that noise, hey, it's better than nothing. Ooh, I like how they're comparing the kickstand to the OLED model here, because OG Switch kickstand was horrible. It always popped off. It had almost no angle to it. You're lucky you got 20 degrees. It was a terrible kickstand. Most people bought an external one, myself included. But the OLED's kickstand on the Switch OLED model was great. That thing was basically this kickstand, but bigger. And this one's a little bit better, because then you can get your hands like underneath it and through it. So it's a little more versatile. I think you're the only one that vacuums in the house. Well, there you go. Now you can control your own audio environment. I stole the vacuum, so no one's using it tonight. What is that thing? Hello? Hang on. We dug out the Wii U graveyard to pull out this tiny piece of plastic on the V-shaped answer. Okay. I wasn't expecting to see that thing show up. That was the old little V stand that the Wii U gamepads used to stand straight up. Most people lost that thing instantly. I like the name Benjamin, by the way. It's like, what? Also, these three are the same, so I hope you understood. Super or extra super? I think it was super? Extra seems a little excessive. It's extra. I'm not even doing the read again. Oh, he had the Virtual Boy now, Wii U. Hey, it's been making a comeback. Unironically. It was a good system, it just got really screwed over by third party, just non-existing. Because first party titles were amazing on the Wii U, just after that first year, there was almost nothing third party. That really did hurt the console. Alright, so what else am I missing? No, I'm bored! Change the mouse sensitivity, yeah, that's true. I'm good with what it is, thanks. So I'm still missing these 3. And the guy near the edge on the left side of the screen did say there's something near him, so there's probably something over here too. Because it has to be the line piece that connects to the pins for your Joy-Con. That's what I was betting. Because that just makes sense. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is a touchscreen game, isn't it? That's why we have our camera on standby, because you can't do this on TV. Because let's just think about that for a minute. How many TVs are touchscreen? Need help? No, man. I'm my own help, thank you. One-man show around here. I play 2 controllers in one hand because I'm lonely. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to do my best to show this off. Lay the console flat. Well, I already failed step 1, but if I do that, you won't be able to see this. Oh, it forces you. I have to. I hope you can look at my Switch screen. Can I put it back up? Oh, it doesn't care. You have to put it down for the initial setup, and then it lets you put the thing back on its stand. So once we touch 10 of these. I didn't lift a finger! What? Oh. It's gonna make me do that every time, isn't it? Yes. Okay, this is gonna be impossible. We are going to do our best to show how this works, but no promises. I'm touching this one down here. Okay, now it's working. You can't see, unfortunately, because my hand's going to cover a lot of this. Oh, you got to pick the colors it's asking for. Alright. Touch and hold. Blue. Blue again. Yellow. Oh, this is gonna suck in the last one. Oh, come on, no! I can't touch up there. I got 9. That's not bad. They wanted me to go to red, and my hand had only the thumb left, so I had to reach it straight up like this, and there's still no room. So let me try it this way now. So you're gonna barely be able to see what I'm doing, so bear with me. I'm gonna shout out the colors. Yellow. Blue. Should be this finger, right? Ring finger? Green. Red. And yellow. So that hand's done. Now I gotta use my right. So again, I wanna go like this. So let's go yellow, green, yellow again. Oh, that sucks. Red. Please be something easy to get to. I can't even see what I'm holding on. Uh-huh. Okay, I guess it meant red again. I got red twice, and I thought it just misinputted something. This is hard. This is really hard to do in my setup. because I can barely see what I'm doing. Does not help for your guys' sake either. I'll go with this. You can see it best when I'm starting, but when I have to use my right hand, GG's. Doesn't help, I have very shaky hands. Okay, I'm not slipping. Just started. Okay, so how I want to do this. I'll use this side on the right. It's red, red, yellow. So I gotta be like this with my hand now. Oh, this is weird. I'm claw gripping. Blue. Please be blue. Yes, it's blue. I did it. Completed. That's what I had to hold. Kind of a hot mess. Interesting game, I'll give it that. Just kind of impossible for me to do in my setup, specifically. And so let's exit the game and let's put this back on the TV. Are you serious? That was perfect. I bow down to you. Somehow, you did that on the most awkward angle. Check out part 2. I'm not gonna do that. Because I can't. You saw how jank that was. No way I'm gonna get to do that again. Good point, Marley. Yeah, how many TVs are touchscreen? Well, they're one and dones. If you touch real hard. Speakers in a box. There's a gap and the sound can leak out, may cancel out the sound. It's kind of that idea of how if you like cup your hand around a speaker, you might hear different frequencies, like how you cup your hand around your ear because of how the sound's traveling. That makes sense. I heard the speakers on this console are better than like any of the other Switch models out there. And that's saying a lot because I really do like how the Switch OLED speakers sound. They're actually pretty good for a handheld. So for this to be an upgraded version of those speakers, essentially, nice to see. If you're sitting that close to a speaker, I hope it's quiet, otherwise you're going deaf. Yeah, the sound that's playing through the speaker. Ah, so you're not getting the real experience, I see. This essentially just means the speakers are EQ'd in a certain way. So it's processing the audio on the fly. I can't wait for all this information to be completely outdated when the Switch 2 OLED drops, or the Switch 2 Lite. Like, you know there's going to be revisions to the console. That's probably a guarantee. We usually see a successful game console get a revision, not the failure systems, which you can say things like the GameCube, Wii U, N64. Well, even then, N64 got redesigns, but it was just colors. And same for GameCube, but again, just colors. You didn't have, like, a remodel of the system, like Wii U Lite, for example, which cut back some of the features to get a cheaper one out. I think you go with Switch 2 for the next 7 or so years. Probably in the same boat here, yeah. I think the only real thing I would like to see is maybe an upgrade version that probably has a better battery, but we'll see that probably a few years down the road. By that time, then maybe, but even then, I might not upgrade. It'll depend. I wasn't planning on upgrading to the Switch OLED at first, but I didn't get the version that had the, hang on, I gotta pay attention here for a second. With directions of speakers inside the console point. Yeah, downward. I didn't get the remodel version of the Switch that had a better battery. I had the launch model, and mine was falling apart. So I got a Switch OLED because of how my original model was having problems. So if something like that happens with the Switch 2, then I might get an upgrade at that point if they do one. Because my original model, I'm surprised, still works. It was legitimately falling apart. One of the screws is also stripped, so good luck getting in. Right, like that from the factory. It's like, great. What's my luck getting stripped screws? That happens to so many systems I can't even, like, comprehend. Or at least, like, electronics. Didn't get the OLED until the violet one dropped. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're getting one of those, getting a version of the system for, like, a special edition bundle is probably the way to go. There we go. Magnetic connector. That's technically not a magnet, though. Those are pins. The magnets are in the sides. We'll see it later when I actually get into the guts of the system, but I have watched a teardown of this console, which, can I just say, if you ever need to tear down the system, good luck. This thing is like one of the worst consoles of all time to actually open up, because they really don't want you inside the Switch 2. And that sucks, because if your battery ever dies, guess what you gotta do? Open your Switch 2. So that's not great. And that's like one of the first things to always go in electronic. The lithium battery. Like these things you're seeing on the inside, the color pieces, that's a giant sticker. You gotta peel the sticker off to reveal some screws hidden underneath. And I heard that if you do that, the sticker doesn't go back on right. So that's unfortunate. Like you literally cannot find anything here unless you start peeling things apart, which sucks. I just don't like seeing that for a piece of hardware, period. Because right to repair is such a big deal nowadays, for very good reasons. But Nintendo really doesn't want you repairing anything of their stuff. Noise reduction, you say? Ooh, get the vacuum back out. You even flat out said vacuum. Guess what I have? Experience all sounds but your voice. Vanish. Record the audio and playback. Alright, well, I get to do the fun thing. Nintendo Switch 2 console's microphone aims to reduce noise and leave only people's voices. Ooh! I like that effect. By speaking in a noisy environment, maybe run a vacuum cleaner. Hey, that's like they knew what I was gonna do or something. Okay. You ask and you shall receive, Switch 2. I'm just doing what I'm directed to. I gotta turn back off my noise gate. Here we go. Also, for your audible pleasure, we turn up the Switch. Alright. Wish me luck. I don't like how every time I do that, my lights flicker. I don't like that. Alright, we're running a vacuum because you told me to! Alright, we're running a vacuum because you told me to! Okay, that sounded pretty good. The vacuum's literally right next to me, and that barely picked up on the mic. And even then, it was completely cut out. So my voice got distorted, but the vacuum was not there at all. Yet, my voice was so clear, even though it was a little more muffled, you still heard everything I said. That was perfect. Okay, now you can go away again. I don't need to keep on bringing out a vacuum cleaner. Like, if I keep on doing that, that cord's gonna be a tangled mess. I don't want to keep on doing that. Nothing left but your voice? Yeah. Like, I legit love the idea of that background removal stuff. I hate if I have to ever use it, because that means I'm in a noisy environment and I can't control it, and that just bugs me, personally speaking. That's more of a personal problem, not necessarily an actual issue. So where's the other thing here? Unless it's that game I didn't do. Oh, no, there it is. I see it. There's the other attraction. Oh, yeah, also soccer. Differences in video. Oh, I know what this is. All right, cool. That's why I'm also playing over here. This is the frame rate test. So this is like one of, what, 2 or 3 games right now on the Switch 2 that actually uses 120 hertz. So you're going to see my image go away for a second. Because it's coming right back. We're now playing in 120 FPS. And the screen does this too, but I'm going to just play it on the TV, or in my case, a computer monitor. This can go up to 165 hertz, so it completely supports this feature. So for me, I should be able to distinguish this pretty easy now, because I've been playing on 165 for a couple years. Oh my god, that looked terrible. Yeah, that's 120. Mine is 100. Alright, number 2, look carefully. That's smooth, but not buttery smooth. So, yeah, 30 FPS makes sense. You would know if that's higher. Now, you guys can't see this at home. The stream is only at 60 frames per second. So, this whole test is going over everyone's heads at home. But for me, I'm seeing this perfectly. That was fast, that's 120 hertz. Because 40 frames is a lot more choppy. You can actually see the 40 frame. Anything that's under 60, you will notice. Oh crap. Now this one's gonna be hard for me to tell you. That was 120 FPS. So you can't see it all that well because the stream is nerfing it. But the first ball is moving about half the speed. You see a little bit more of the pattern when it's moving by. You barely see the pattern on the 120 hertz. That was 60. Less frames of animation. It was pretty obvious because of the patterns. For me, again, not for you guys. That was not... Actually, let me redo that. That's 120 FPS. Really? That was 60? So that's the one time I failed it. I looked over at my stream feed and it was choppier. So I was assuming that it was 120 hertz, but I must have looked over right at the perfect time for OBS to drop some of its own internal frames. Because it does do that on the preview. Alright, so we're going to lose signal again as it swaps back to 60 frames. This game runs at either 60 or 120 FPS. When it goes on the 120 mode, it's got to nerf down the resolution. Oh my god, that's expensive. Probably not doing that one. Still more. Okay, bragger. Don't need to brag about it. Wait, I already got this one? No. Okay. Oh, this is the HDR again. No, I want the other panel. So it's up here. Super Mario Bros. Demo. Oh, this is the one I was excited for. This is a 4K image of the original Super Mario Bros. 1-1. So it's the entire level in 4K. So, for your viewing pleasure, because good luck seeing that, I'm going to have to full feed this. This game does not translate well if you're looking at that very, very tiny screen. So I got to fill out the frame. Now, this mode only works if you're playing in 4K. So thankfully, I have my system set to 4K, so we can do this. So we complete course, enter the pipe, complete the course as fire, fully explore and complete the course. Well, if I'm going to be doing this, get these stupid things off my Joy-Cons. I don't need any wrist strap action. We gotta go traditional in this house. We gotta go with an actual controller. And I'll use this because I'm probably gonna have to use another thing on my Pro Controller later. Or not Pro Controller, the... I can't think right now. The Joy-Con. So that's the original, like, look at how... That's how much 256 pixels are. Yikes. That was the old CRTs back in the 1980s with 240p. I have to squint to see it. Also, what are the controls on this? So it's just B and A. Oh, I don't like that. Wait, can I go backwards? No, that looks so dumb. But you can see, if you squint hard enough, I can't go backwards. The screen locking is still the case here, just like with the original game. But it works differently. Give me that star, I'm gonna need it. Because I can't see jack. Top of flagpole? Let's go. Now the only thing I didn't do was enter the pipe, because to do the other things they asked for, there was no way I could have done that. Alright, so just so you can understand what the heck we were actually doing. This is what we were doing. Oh, I'm off screen now. I can't see. That was close, because I couldn't see. Oh, I like that touch. Look at that. The bottom extends out a little bit more. And then from here, it's just gonna, like, zoom over. Yep. It's like, look at all that area you didn't cover. Let's go, got it again. And that's it. That's 3,384 pixels wide, which is how wide 4K is. Well, roughly. That's sweet 4K or 1080. If you were playing in 1080p, that wouldn't work. Yes, that was super tiny. So let me show why, right? Again, I'm using a setup that allows me to actually play in 4K, but capture in 1080p, which is good because the screen I'm using is only 1080p. They block you from coming in here if you don't have a 4K capable TV. So, it needs to be specifically 4K 60. You can't even get away with an older 4K TV that has 4K 30 support. It doesn't work. You need 4K 60. So I hope you have a brand new TV, otherwise you're not completing Welcome Tour. It's one of the things they lock you out of. Alright, well, we're done here. I'm gonna leave. Actually, is there like fast travel on this? Yes. Good. Because I want to go to the, yeah, here we go. I want to go to the Lost and Found desk. Because why not? I'm already here. There you go. Have this thing. And I still get jack all for that. There's no camera center button I noticed on this now. Which that's not great. I can't believe we've been playing now for about 2 hours and we only did 2 levels of this so far. We're on level C, goes all the way to L. I'm gonna have to really speed this up. That's why we're mainly sampling this. We're probably not gonna beat this whole thing tonight. I'll play more of it in my own time. Now I'll just say, for people who are a part of the family plan that I'm on Switch 2, please don't buy this game. If you ever want to try this, I'll lend you the game key card. Because you can do the game share thing with digital games. So I can just share this to a friend that's on my friends list. Or family member list, I should say. Please do not buy this game. Please do not buy this game. I think it's interesting. I can justify it because I'm getting my money back by doing this stream. between the Twitch and the YouTube revenue, it's paying for the stream itself to just play Welcome Tour. It's the only reason why I'm here. Also, paywall button. That's not gonna work after like the first year. Unless you have Switch Online, which is gonna suck. I don't like things being put behind a paywall as a actual physical button. I think, if I heard correctly, the C button on these controllers is the very first time where a button is put behind a paywall. Which that is pretty terrible when you think about it. Now, you can reprogram the C button, so if you don't have Switch Online, you can remap C to something else. And I would probably just do that if you're not going to use the chat. You wouldn't be able to play that mini game. Yeah, understandable why. I think for the rest of this, I'm going to swap back to the theater mode. The proper feed like this so you get more of my background again. As much as I like the green screen feed, I do actually like being able to show my room. It feels like you're here with me. As like a viewer. Bunch of games you can lend out to people. Yeah, that's true, because of your digital libraries. People can play a game key that's being lent out for, I believe they said 14 days. Then after that, it gets revoked automatically. But at that point, you can just lend it again, I think. I don't know if there's a timetable on how many times you can lend a game. So, I think as soon as you're done lending it, you can lend it again without waiting. I think. Don't quote me on that. These are mouse feet. Yeah, I noticed. They work pretty nicely. I like mouse mode in the system. It's just the Joy-Con are kind of small for the feel of a mouse. So it's not that ergonomic. But it's a really cool feature. I just hope more games start to support this. I unironically did download Fortnite because I need to play a game, not a tech demo, a game that supports the mouse. And it's either this, which is very short-lived, obviously, Fortnite, or Cyberpunk, I think, right now. I think those are the only games. Oh, and Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S. I think those are like the only games I can think of right now that use the mouse. Oh, actually, no, there's another one. There's a minigame that's in the Bravely Default HD game. Not the full thing, just like some minigame you can play on like the title screen. So you don't even have to play the game to play the minigame, and it uses mouse mode. Those are the only things I've heard. It's very limited right now. So. Okay, it was 2 minigames. I heard one, but I guess I didn't hear the second one. That's cool. Yeah, this is an infrared ultrasonic microphone. I like that one. Certain part of the mouse sensor has been customized to be different from the standard mouse. It has a privacy shutter because it's scared. Yeah, it's lens. I was thinking film mirror for a second. Like, what is this? An old like camera? Prevent static electricity. I wish. It's to make it slide better. I say that because I keep on building up a lot of static as of late. Just lift off the surface or ask a friend for help. Hey friend, can you lift this for me? I'm weak. In which year did they release the very first mouse? It was 1992. God. The Super Nintendo. My favorite console that came out in 2017. Some of those dates are a little exaggerated. The 2000s were not even close. The one game's a rhythm game. The other one you control ship. Interesting. I don't know how the rhythm game would control on the mouse, but the ship I can already imagine in my head. That sounds like a good use for a mouse. I know... Oop, another thing. I know that there are more games planned that have mouse mode. It's just they're not out yet. Like, I know one of the Civ games are coming to Switch, and that has mouse mode. We know Metro Prime 4. That's going to have mouse mode. Also, 120 Hertz. Not many games do that either. So again, unironically, had to download Fortnite so I can see that. And I also downloaded the Street Fighter 6 demo because that also supports 120 Hertz. Oh, Oh, I didn't realize that. The buttons are, excuse me, ever so slightly nudged. That's why they have a little bit of give. You can push the button and it doesn't fully go in. And you can wiggle it a bit like they're doing in the picture. It's not super loose, so it's not going to be a problem, but at the same time, it holds the system in place better. That makes sense. That's cool. I saw that, by the way. The SL button. Yeah, there you go. This is how people were discovering that this thing was a sticker. And that's where you get some hidden screws, which this does not go back on the same way. So good luck trying to repair your Switch 2s. I hate that. Why is this a sticker? I'm sorry, but why? Nintendo really does not want you repairing your own stuff. They want you to send it in. But after your warranty's done, or, oh, I don't know, when the system is no longer being manufactured and they stop repairing these things, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, that makes sense why there's a gap. Okay. Yeah, because even there's a gap on the actual controller. I don't know if you can see that well on the camera. Oh yeah, you can definitely see the gap. It's like that on the Joy-Con grip too. I missed one. Another game supports mouse right now? I don't know how to say that one. Nugabaga? Sorry, the text's a little small for me. The Ambition game also has a mouse mode. Cool. You think they look a little flimsy at first, rest assured the controller has been designed, or console, depending on which one you're talking about, safely used for a long time. Glad, because those are just exposed pins. When it's gripping, I want to see how this grips it. Yeah, it's like a nice, neat sandwich grip. Force will be first applied to the color parts, not the actual pins on the connector. That's good. Yeah, this I noticed like immediately. Day one, you can flex the Joy-Con pretty heavily on the console, and some people were complaining about that, but it thankfully doesn't seem to matter. I see why. Look at the bit inside the controller. It's moving alongside of the piece in the console, so both pieces are free-flowing, while still being tight enough that they're secured. Thank God. Because I can already see a kid going, eee! And then snapping their Joy-Con in half, if that was not that secure. Because I think that happened with the original Switch with the rail system. Some kids just snapped it off. And again, those rails were very fragile, so they broke almost instantly in the Joy-Con. Like on the console was fine, but the little plastic clip inside the Joy-Con, not so much. Oh god, what was that again? It was like 1 or 2 millimeter or 0.2. Oh, it was a millimeter of something. How thin is that? I'm gonna say it's like 1 millimeter, because it's not 0.2 and it's not 2. The player LEDs become visible. Yeah, you know, between air. Firmly grasp it. If it did that, it'd probably break. Alright, which one did I miss? Ah, the millimeter one. Yeah, I had a feeling, because what exactly was that? It's probably 2 then. 0.2. Problem is, I can't tell how thick that sticker is on first glance. It's some millimeter, but my eyes can't measure, so I don't know. I actually unironically heard some people had to open up their Switch 2s immediately when this system came out, because there were some Wi-Fi issues with the console on launch. Some people were reporting getting their Switch 2, and they were lucky they were getting past 1 megabit of download speed standing next to their router. And it was something to do with the antenna on the inside of the system. When people were opening up their Switch 2s, they just saw like either an antenna got loose or was just slightly off. And like they adjusted and then it worked better. So I've heard some people had to already open their systems because of the Wi-Fi antenna. So that's how I know that that's a sticker. Hear the sounds the Joy-Con 2 controllers make for the HD Rumble. Okay. Oh, don't worry about that. We got a mute button if we need it. But I have to do the thing again. Great. We'll have to kill the noise gate, and I'll just turn my microphone up manually. So I'll do my best so you guys can hear this. I'm gonna turn off the gain too. Oh my god, I gotta whisper. I gotta turn me down. Yeah, this is gonna be like ASMR mode. God, I hate this. I can turn that down. Put it like here. I'll try 5 o'clock. Alright, this is the best I can do. So now I'm gonna sound like I'm very far away from the mic, because I kinda am. So that way you can hear the actual rumble. This is the best I can do. So it's gonna come from down here, near the chat button. Closer. No. That's gotta go up. I get it. Thank you. I will say that was neat. I liked hearing the 1-up sound coming out of my controller. But that was a very weird experience, I do agree. Now, mind you, that's cool for like you at home if you're playing this, but when I had to hold the microphone right up to the Switch Joy-Con, I lose a little bit of that effect. So for me, that was even weirder. I gotta keep on adjusting this mic tonight because of all these weird sound demos. It's neat, but I wasn't expecting this level of tweaking tonight on my side. Let me do a quiz on the Rumble so I can have a breather. Nintendo and Rumble. We kind of invented it. That thing had Rumble? I'm sorry. It's like the one controller I'll skip because it works with like one game. 2 if you count the Pokemon Go experience, but if you're not playing Pokemon Go, 1 game. Yeah, it's neat. The system actually can produce sounds now when you're trying to find your controller. It will make a little beeping sound. Yeah, I don't know how well you can hear it, but I'm gonna get close. You can hear a little bit of a beep. Let me turn off the noise gate so you can hear it a little bit better. It's kind of like an alarm clock going off. So it's more than just rumbling now. It has actual sound effects coming out of your controller, like the old Wii remote speaker. But it has to be beeps and boops. Can't be actual sound, because no speaker. Oh my god. The controller's going places. It feels nice to have a quick response. Some people just like having it off, to be fair. Oh, Contour seems to be the streamer's worst enemy. Yeah, pretty much. This is why I had to have a camera set up as a side shot so we can see more of this. Because there's no way I'd be able to do this with just game capture. I was expecting Quirky, to be fair. So, I know what to expect. I set up Quirky. Newly introduced, glow sync to the rumble. Yeah, it's like a giant glow stick. Which is more responsive. I mean, technically they're gonna say HD Rumble too, but in my experience, I haven't felt much of a difference yet. It really depends on the game, and so far this one is saying HD Rumble 2 to me. I'm like playing Mario Kart, and I can't tell a difference. Very foundation of our understandings. There's a plate inside. Which one had Rumble? I'm saying it's a Super Nintendo controller. That thing definitely looks like a Rumble pack. Okay, it wasn't a plate, wasn't it? Wait, what? What? I don't know which one that was then. It's off plate. Didn't I say plate? You had the Rumble Pack? I didn't myself, but I knew someone who did have the Rumble Pack and Star Fox 64, so I did experience it back in the day. Oh, I just realized I said both. Cancel. I did get question 3 right. It was question 2. I wasn't paying attention. They are pretty much saying both the same. But I think HD Rumble 2 is supposed to be better. I just can't feel it. So what was this again? I think it was ultrasonic, actually, and not very complex. I don't know. I already forgot what I answered on part 1. At this point, I'm just starting to kind of lose focus because these quizzes are all kind of blending in. Since when were they making controllers with Rumble? I didn't read the question all the way. The Rumble Pack wasn't a controller of Rumble. It was an add-on. Okay, so what? That's tough, buddy. You're stupid. You answered everything wrong. Oh, you're dumb. Again, these quizzes are blending out. I'm not even reading the questions anymore. See, this one tricks me up because what are they meaning here? Do they mean Rumble Pack separate with the N64 controller counts? Or when they properly put in their controllers forward? Because I like to read that as the latter. When were they making controllers with Rumble? Built in, it was GameCube. But they had the Rumble Pack sold separate. It came with Star Fox. So that's why I'm like, what are they asking here? I think the wording on that question is what's throwing me off. That's wrong. That is 100% wrong, if that's the case. They are asking, when were we making controller Rumble, and they're counting the Rumble Pack as that. But the Rumble Pack wasn't sold with every controller. It was a separate accessory, so... The wording, it's the wording that bugs me. When has Nintendo been making controllers with Rumble? This is bad wording. Because it's technically GameCube. But they count the Rumble Pack as that. That's wrong. I know, that's a 100% wrong answer. It is technically the GameCube controller in 2001. Nintendo did not make Rumble controllers until that. Rumble controller accessories Yes. So that's why I just disagree with that. It's like if someone asked you, when was the first mouse made, for example? And then they talk about the ball mouse type and then the laser mouse. But the question's more about the laser mouse, so that's the answer. But it's like, no, technically ball mice were first. It's like, the wording is key, and without the right wording, it's confusing. It's just one example. It was a pretty bad one, but you get the idea. Oh, we're doing mouse mode again. Alright, well, put down the grip. Verge the goal without touching the sides. Oh, I can go faster. So I gotta go like that. Oh! See, if you go too fast, it just breaks. Hey, barely under. Let's go. If there's another one, I'll do it, because that was actually pretty easy. That time part wasn't, but the mechanic was. Part 2 is only 7 medallions, so I can do that. Up and down. The next one's gotta be all around, right? Let me have our Sonic reference. Oh yeah, you gotta go up and around. Nice! This reminds me of a minigame from We Play. Dude, I got a first try. Well, first try as in third try, but first try as in actually completing. I thought I was gonna get 1 medal, not 2. This is fun. Like, these ones are fun. The vibrate one? No, that can go straight in the garbage can. Oh, well, I'm not doing that. Okay, put the thing back together. I am not doing the 42. Alright, this one is guess the angle, meaning I gotta take my system out of the dock. Do you know what 30 degrees look like? Oh boy, no I don't. I don't have a protractor. So I have to eyeball this. And you guys won't be able to tell. Because I'm gonna do my best. But no way you're gonna be able to see this. So I'm gonna hold it like this, right? So this will be my best attempt at showing you all the angle thing. I'm gonna hold it like that. So setup just has you going a little bit backwards on the stand. Adjust the angle. Okay. Question 1. Match the angle. That's 65 degrees. I'm gonna say that's 65. I got 66. I was off by 1. Not bad. Question 2. They want you to put it at 30 degrees. That's pretty easy. Because it's pretty laid down, so you should be able to see a difference there. Something like this. $33 degrees, off by 3. Not bad. Alright, next one. And final answer. Final question. 70 degrees. Alright, this is similar to the first one. So this should be like, oh god. This should be, you're breaking your console. This is, I would say 80. Hey, I'm not done. Let's say this. I think that is 70? It looks like 70. I'm using the camera as my reference. 66, off by 4. Alright, that's not bad. I'm doing pretty good with this. So total off 8. You needed 10 to get number 3, third medal. That's not bad. And you know that this is also going to be another case of we're probably gonna get another game. So I'm gonna let the camera stay as it is because we're gonna probably use it again. Yeah, part 2 by 1 medal. Anyone got a medal? Hello? Medal? Hello? Is there any more demos? Apparently not. I know it can give me another medal and I hate it. Medal? Hello? Anyone got a medal they don't want? I'll take it. I don't want to give me a medal and I really want to do this right now. God, I hate my life. Yes, I'll try again. I need to get 20. I'm off by 2, so I can do it. Just don't know how easily. Not even close. See, I don't know how you're supposed to feel that. Because I can barely feel when it's getting that strong when I'm that close. I was on it. That's how close I was. I actually felt it at one point, but moved away. Oh, is that close enough? Oh, by 32? Come on. Kinda just gave it to me. This is too precise. Can I go back playing the Mario 1 level again? That'd be great. Can I just give me 5 medals? 5 challenges? This one feels like a wash. Oh, hey, no it wasn't. That was a successful attempt. Let's go. 20. That is extremely strict. I don't like it at all. But I needed 1 medal. Now I got it. The other one's 30. Screw off. Where's the one that said 25? Here it is. Guess the angle number 2. No hints. Ooh, this is gonna get complicated. All right, let's see how guess the angle number 2 goes. What we got here? Question number 1. Match by 23, so you can't see it. You have to just assume what 23 degrees is. It's pretty big. I'm gonna say it's like this. It's almost laying down. That's how close 23 degrees is. 19. I was off by 4. Not bad. All right, let's adjust this up so you can see what we're doing. Question number 2. 71 degrees. Hey, that's not that off, actually. Close it in a little bit more. A little down. A little more down. There. I'm gonna say that looks like 70-ish. 67. Off by 4. Man, that's my magic number. I think I need to be off by 2 at most if I want the 3rd medallion, though. 28 degrees. That's almost the same as what we started with. It's very much like this. Another laydown angle. So I'm going to say that is 28. 23. Oh, that's bad. Off by 5. That's 13. And they wanted by 10. I knew it. I was close. Let's do that again. I'm actually good at eyeballing this, but I'm also cheating because I have a side view. Most people probably won't do that. 23 degrees. Man, if I knew it would be that, I would have just started having the system laying down still. I think that's it. 21 degrees. Off by 2. Hopefully you guys can see this well enough on the camera. It's not going to be that great in focus, but you're getting the general principle. 64 degrees. Actually, I think that's as close as 64 degrees as we'll get. 59, not even close actually. Off by 5 degrees. So I need this to be really close. 44. So it's kind of like that. It's a laydown angle, but not fully laying down. 48. Man, I failed by 1 degree. Impressive. $71. We did that earlier. That's not 70. Woo! No. We restart. Off by 9 degrees on the first test. That's an instant fail. There's no way I get this exact every other time. The hint thing really does help. Holy crap. 57 degrees. So I'm assuming how this is working is it's going off of the gyro control on my Joy-Con? I don't know exactly. I kind of want to do this again afterwards by taking the Joy-Con off and seeing if this even works. 69, alright. Fine, we'll get your funny memes out of the way. Is that a nice angle? 62 degrees? Nope. I need to be higher up. I need to get this almost exact. 54. I was at, wait a minute, 62. So micro adjustment. 58. Nope. Okay, so let's take off these Joy-Con really quick. The Joy-Con are entirely off. It still works. It's not using my Joy-Con. So there is a motion sensor in the actual system. If it's able to work like this, then it's in the console. What would you say? Is that 62 degrees? Yeah, that's 63 degrees, off by 1 degree. It's not bad. $48, so I'm gonna lean it down. I think that's 48. 49. I'm getting extremely close. 1% each time is great. So now I have a big margin of error to work with. 36. So lower. I think that's not 36. It's probably like 40. 38. No, actually it was closer than I thought. Off by 2%. That's pretty good. We win. We got the gold. We did it. Let's put these Joy-Con back on. and unfold that so we can put the system back in its dock. Gotta turn back on the... Actually, I'll turn on the Pro Controller because I haven't gotten to use that in a while. Every time, by the way, every time we do one of these games where I gotta take the system out of the dock, keeps on messing with my microphone too. The angle keeps on getting messed up. Alright, so that's it though for that game, because there's not even a level 3. So I'm missing these two things. So those are the R and ZR buttons, just like before. So we're out of here. How's everyone feeling about this game? Question mark. So far in chat, at least from what you're watching. Hopefully the experience has been transformative enough. I'm glad the system still has a headphone jack on the top because it's made actually getting everything here possible to capture. We'll go from D-pad. It's unique. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. You can't say good, but you can't say bad. Just kind of a thing. This is definitely a video game of all time. I mean, I'm enjoying my time with this because I'm streaming it. Most other people probably wouldn't be able to say that. Oh, I'm still missing one. Wait, what am I missing then? Oh, did I get the, No, I did get all the S buttons, okay. What am I missing? Let me look back down here just in case. I feel like there's a thing here. Yeah, there it is. I missed the mouse foot. I was figuring it had to be one of these things on the Joy-Con. You know, the whole controller. What else could it be? It's not the screen again. Man, I just can't wait until we get to the camera stuff because I want to actually use the camera. I have it set up. We haven't gotten to anything with the camera support yet. Yeah, we're good. Let's go to Area D. How many more areas are there? That was only 3. God, by my math, I think there's 8 more. We only got 3? Oh my god. I hope that some of these are going to be lightning rounds. Now we're actually into the hardware. A thing you won't be able to see unless you, I guess, snap the controller in pieces? Like, how do you open a Joy-Con this time? I have not seen a single screw anywhere. So I don't know how you get this thing opened. I know iFixit rated this system's repairability. I think it was like 3 of 10. It's low because it's impossible to open this dang console. And that's not great. As I mentioned multiple times, right to repair, man. Come on. Oh, there's the NFC piece. Pretty big rectangle. And then these are the button pads. I'm just gonna get all these stamps out of the way now. So I'm missing 3 things. This is one of them. So I got all the buttons. So I'm guessing now it's gotta be... How does that count as a talk? I was gonna say, can it be like the springs for the R buttons? Guess not. Could be something down here? Oh, hat. Almost look like Mario's hat, but that's just a generic red cap. Okay, so none of those buttons on the edges. Saw 2 screws on the side? Okay, I must have missed those. I'll have to look. The problem, if I have to bet what they are, they're probably tri-wing. Because Nintendo loves their tri-wing screws. Let me go down here. Yeah, while I'm going through, let me look at this. Oh yeah, I see these 2 screws. There's one at the top, one at the bottom, on the sides, and they're tri-wings. So if you can at least get those screws, you can maybe pop off the back plate. I did hear getting to the stick on these things is a nightmare, though. It's not nearly as easy as it was on Joy-Con 1. So if you do have Joy-Con drift, it's a little harder to get it to actually open up and replace your stick. On the Pro Controller... Yeah, you got me there. There are no exposed screws, so you have to pop open faceplates. Oh, hey, there's a thing. The rumble. So I'm missing one thing. Let me get that, and then we'll do the demo stuff. Trying to think, what else did I not see? Is it this thing? Oh, the battery. Okay. I was wondering where the battery piece would be. I would assume over near the wires, actually. Alright, now we do the games and demos and such. HD Rumble 2. I have to do this in handheld? Why? Okay. Sure. I don't know why this has to be in handheld mode. We'll do it. They really want you playing this system in your hands. But also, please play it on TV, because I don't... What is the correlation here? Oh, actually, no. There's even more. These gotta come off. You have to use the Joy-Cons separately. And then it should work. Right? The system's in handheld mode. Okay. Can I put them back on? There you go. It wasn't recognizing when I first took it out because my controller was still connected. So I got confused. Alright, so this is Dual HD Rumble 2. So we're experiencing the rumble in the hands. Change ball type, change environment, darken environment, move the ball slowly, figure out the last one. Alright, well, I'm going to do my best to show this on camera. You're not going to see any of this. I apologize. I have to really flip the system around as the ball moves wherever your system is pointing. That's multi-ball. Y is the environment. So now we can get to like a spear. Which kind of moves around. Alright, what are the other things? L and R is darken. Why would you want to do that? I guess so you can feel the HD rumble. Okay. There are multiple environments. There's a standard room, cylinder, room with rectangles in the middle, room with a box, and then nothing. The last thing is just move the ball slowly, so I'm going to put it back to normal. So I don't know what they mean by slow. Is it this speed? That's pretty slow. Yeah, okay, that was it. Interesting tech demo? This would be way better if it wasn't trying to show you this on a stream camera. Stock it. Can I just not? Really? Really? That was the most unnecessary thing I think I ever had to do on this console. Just put it back in handheld mode, the quit a game mode, just to put it back on your TV. God. In hindsight, I'm really starting to see that maybe buying a screen protector for the Switch 2 would have been a great investment before playing Welcome Tour. Because I'm using the system in handheld quite a lot and constantly docking it. I heard the screen actually scratches pretty easily, which is a little bit of a concern. Alright, this is not going to work on my controller. Yeah, I need the mouse again. It actually turned off my Pro Controller for me again. So I need Just one of these, I guess. I'll use both. So this is like the other game we were playing with a mouse. See ya! Alright, this is gonna be a little rough. Because I don't know how hard I can hit it. Okay, there you go. 5.81, are you serious? I was off by only less than a second. So as soon as you hit the ball the first time, you gotta book it. There you go, like that. So it's not bad. That's easy enough to time correctly, but I didn't notice the timer at first, I'm not gonna lie. Part 2 I can easily do. This has 4 parts. How? Alright, so this is more curvy than the first. God, that looks like a mess. And I do start from here. So I'm gonna have to like instantly fail. Okay, I was gonna say, I gotta like tap it. Oh. Tap it harder than that. I gotta give it, oh, not that much. Dude, it's so hard to only give it like a slight bit of juice. Like that. Oh, you can skiff. No, 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 no. Got it. Oh, how are you gonna do this in 5 seconds? Okay. Can I try this idea? Nope. It does not work. Maybe from here? Nope. Here? Hit the guy downtown. Break his kneecaps. You can't do that, period. So I need to get a tiny hit and then a straight shot. That's not gonna work. This is extremely precise. Oh, man, you hit this thing super easily too. No, that was it. If it hits the corner at all, I just don't win. Yeah, there you go. See, that's what you needed. Essentially, an L. That's hard. If there's a level 3, it's probably gonna cost too many medals, so we'll skip it. I just want to do at least level 1 of all these games, and so far we've accomplished that. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, do the quizzes while we're here. I don't know what the point of the quizzes are, though. Like, I haven't seen a real need to do these yet. Yeah, this system is bigger. It's pretty chunky. And honestly, a little heavy. Some people might prefer that. Some people might not, to be fair. I'm in the middle. I don't mind it. But I did notice the heft at first. So it took some time to get adjusted to the heavier system. I'm just used to how the Switch OLED feels. Thank God that this system has bigger controllers, though. Because, yeah, people with small hands can use it. People with big hands don't feel like they're cramped anymore. And that includes with all the buttons feeling actually decent to hit now. Yeah, it does feel like there's 2 springs in it, so that makes sense. The R version is not the same, or the Z version. Hey, new button! Hope you're paying for it. I need to try game chat soon. I just haven't done it yet. I want to try it with the camera, because I want to do the background cutout stuff. I want to hook up a mic to it. Like, I want to do the whole 9 yards test, but it's been low on the priority list. Special gloves are now provided. It's, what is it, Mario Party 1? Two shafts. They make pleasant clicks. The GC. Oh man, if only that button was programmed to open GameCube. The cha-cha button. I'm just noticing half of these answers are so goofy. It's like I watched a press conference or two in my life or something. Song magnets. North and south. Yep, that's how magnets work. This is how they're achieving some of the HD Rumble, I guess, is using magnet technology. Magnets are combined. I did not know that part, actually. That's pretty neat. Quiet Rumble. Nah, it's kind of loud, actually, because you've really been making that obvious. Yeah, thank God it's not like that kind of rumble where it shakes the whole controller. Because I can actually break buttons. Can misalign them. Ah, yeah, this doesn't exist in today's age, because back in my day, we had cartridges with the rumble packs built in. They were chunky boys. You forget how big they actually were until you see them again. WarioWare Twisted also was a game that had motion built into the cartridge too. We had games like that back in the early days. And then there's just this one. This was literally just a Game Boy Advance cartridge with a rumble pack shoved into it. That was it. No game. Just rumble. It was very short-lived because with the DSi, they dropped Game Boy stuff altogether, so the thing didn't have much use. North and south, high and low. Making the text unreadable. Is that an A? Or is that a pyramid? I can't tell. That could vibrate. What is it? A game console stand. Or a game console. You decide. Oh, it's cartridge. None of those were even close, so it was very obvious. I think that's it for down here. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Let's go back up. More quizzes. I'm doing this first. So this has to be for the buttons. Super resolution, never mind. Ah, they could just rename this AI upscaling and it'd be the same term. It won't come across that clearly on stream. I'm already guaranteeing it. I gotta pick with my mouse mode. Okay, compare side by side, stop the model, change model, okay. Yeah. This is how you can tell what's the difference between things. So this is 720p in their eyes, which is crunchy. You can see a lot of jaggies, which means a lot of sharp edges. And then this is 4K. I didn't know a UFO was gonna appear. So things are a lot sharper, clearer, a lot smoother. That's not really how resolution works. It's not like, this is like an Amazon product page of like, here's the thing you're buying. And it just take the highest quality picture possible and throw it through Photoshop. And then I just like lower it by all the pixels. You can see a pretty big difference on this one though. 720, the 4K, yeah, crunchy. So again, this is this is like your standard Amazon review page of like, here's a capture card of, or a camera, like a webcam. Like, here's the old resolution, here's our resolution, and then they show the 4K to 720. which looks fake. This still also looks fake, but in a different way. That's at least a decent way of showing people resolution differences. But that's not what I was expecting that to be. When they said super resolution, I was expecting, here's like a 720p image upscaled to 4K, where it'd still be a little blurry and maybe have some smearing, but it would look sharper. That's what I expected. Joy-Con 2 is a computer? Oh, thank God. I'm doing my taxes on this thing next. This is how they're justifying the things costing $95 nowadays, by the way. This thing is a fourth of your console price. I gotta hold them up, back both up. About a fourth, actually more realistically closer to a fifth maybe. That's still a lot of money. If you need a second pair, God help you. That's nice at least, they just said Bluetooth. That means that these controllers and the Switch 2 Pro Controller, they'll work on a computer as well. They're a little funky on a computer, at least with the Joy-Con in my experience. The Pro Controller just works one-to-one. Yeah, so this is talking about accelerometer, being able to figure out where you're moving it. And then a gyroscope to tell you more of direction. And here's the gyroscope thing. AKA, how you should be playing all your Splatoon. At least it might. Well, not like this. If you're playing like this, that's, no, don't do that. Put it on at least the grip. Yeah, before you use the controller on a game, it's already trying to do its calibration. That makes sense. But most games, you will have a reset button because gyro is good, but it does go haywire pretty fast. It is a little bit better, I notice, on the Joy-Con 2s and the Pro Controller 2, but it's still gonna have its misalignment issues. I refuse. Okay, well, have fun playing like this then. Well, your other hand's like this. It's like, good luck. I know the real thing, you play with sticks, but my joke is if you're gonna play with motion control, this is dumb. Put them together, because your one hand is gonna get a workout, while your other hand is gonna get tired. What's found in Joy-Con? Hope. Also, where my money went. What can you tell us about the controller's accelerometer? It tells me today's weather. It's dizzy or not. Not even close on all these every time. Alright, that's everything here on Insight. Is there anything else? I think I'm done here. Because this controller doesn't have that much. Yeah, we're done here. Okay, so I got lost and found. Where is that? I guess I have to just go from here, because no! This is the wrong spot. There's no warp over to the help desk, which I thought there was. I didn't do a quiz over here? Really? I did this one. It was over here. Hey, I didn't do this. I thought I did. Alright, we're going back to the screen. Okay, let's talk about HDR, VRR, and 120 Hz. Can I just say I'm disappointed the system does not support VRR in TV mode for some weird reason? And I don't know why. On lead up to the Switch 2's launch, it did mention VRR support on the product page, but then Nintendo quietly removed that mark. And it was only for the TV mode because it's still advertised as VRR support in handheld. And for those of you who don't know what that means, variable refresh rate. So the system's targeting one refresh, say like 60 hertz. Your game can drop below 60 hertz, you will see it drop below 60. And because of that, things will look choppier. In some cases, like with VSync, you can see screen tearing, so like a random vertical line in your screen, or horizontal line, excuse me. It's pretty bad. So VRR gets rid of all that. Makes things look smoother. You don't have any screen tearing. It is ideal, but it's only a thing on the handheld screen for whatever reason. And I don't know why. I think they ran into a bug with that on TV mode. Because I know the PlayStation 5 has it, and the Xbox Series has it. I think even Xbox Ones have it. I don't think any PS4s do. But I heard there were issues with VRR support on PS5 until more recently. It was very bugged. I think it was either input delay or it actually screwed up how the frames were being displayed. I can't remember what I heard. But it was bugged, and it only recently got fixed. So if that's true, that could be something similar to what Nintendo was dealing with. So they just took VR support out of the dock, at least on software, because it has to be a software setting. VR has to be a thing they could just add in later via patch. We've already had a software update for the system, which gave us improved stability. So we're already dealing with those patch notes. It's not even a month. So here's how VR works. This will at least give you a good demonstration of how it works, because it's not going to be easy for me to even show on a camera. So suddenly the picture would update half the rate if things start dropping below 60. And this is where you get a lot of drop frames in your games. Things look a little choppier. So with VRR, variable refresh, it's updating in real time to wherever your game's running. So if your game's running at 55 frames per second now, the screen is updating its refresh to 55 FPS, making it look smoother. And if it goes up to 56, then it'll go to 56, and so on and so forth. It is to help reduce choppiness, and unfortunately, it's not on screens, where most people are going to be playing their Switch 2s, realistically. Because people want to take advantage of that 4K output now. Yeah, we saw this earlier with the touchscreen. You can touch anywhere, supports all your fingers, zoom in and out. It's standard capacitive touchscreen you see on like phones. Nothing special. If you used a cell phone the past decade at the least, you know how this works. That's Pickles. Professor Pickles to you. Third dimensional image, I like that. Pixel art 2. No, it's bright lights. HDR is high dynamic range, not high dynamic picture. 120 hertz, so at 120 FPS. Great for fast-paced games like shooters or fighting games, stuff like that. You can use up to 10 fingers on the system. High dynamic rhythm. You know, if they give me music off my screen, then I'm gonna be impressed. I'll just say that. Is that it in this area now, or did I miss anything else? No, that actually was it this time. Alright, so I gotta go to area E. So I'll do which button? I think A button's the closest. Yeah, we'll go from A button. E. No! If I went in the elevator, I'm trying to... Come on. I don't want to talk. I want to go. What are we doing down here? It's weird to go from C to E, though. I get it. Just kind of feels weird. Oh, we're going on the Joy-Con 2 strap. Okay, that's a very wide strap. Mine doesn't look that wide. I think I got a defective unit. It needs to be longer. Nintendo, you didn't send me the 200-foot cord strap. I want a refund. Click quick. Oh, I heard this one is actually pretty hard, because if you're trying to use both of the Joy-Con mice, it's hard to keep up with, because I think this uses both hands. Lightning fast reaction is too slow, you won't get clear medals. I actually heard this game is easier if you get a second person to play it with you, because then one person can be on one hand, one can be the other one. If this is the game I'm thinking of. Oh, it's not. Never mind. Not even close. There's another one then. It's not this. Wait, what? What am I doing wrong? Oh. You click as soon as you're on the target. I gotta go faster. Too fast. Slow down. There you go. That 3, 2, 1 click in the beginning is messing me up. Well, these are very fast minigames, so no real problem to retry it. It takes longer to wait for the countdown than to play the game. So what's the gimmick with part 2? Oh, 3 targets. That makes sense. All of the targets? Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Like that. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 0.08 off. I am mad. I don't know which way's faster. Left or right. I think left to right for how my hand is. If I was left-handed, then it might be easy to go in the other direction. That's what's nice about the mice for the Switch 2. Good luck trying to find a left-handed mouse for a computer. They exist, they're just not as common. But if you're left-handed and want to use a mice on a Switch, you just use the left Joy-Con, which makes this a lot easier for people who are left-handed. Okay, so 3 targets, but they move. Okay, it's actually 4. Dude. So close. I actually twitched my hand a bit, like twice on those targets. How in the heck are you supposed to do this in 150? Like, that is very risky. Alright, there you go. You have to go super fast and click immediately. And that's what I was afraid, because look how close I was at the fail the last target. I was barely on the target. That's fun. No more, though. I don't have the medals. Is this the end of the strap, or are we going backwards? I think I'm going backwards. I gotta go to the end, because I feel like that's a stamp. Because it's the latch piece. Oh, you can just zoom out. Alright, well, that makes that a little bit easier. This is the cover? Oh yeah, there is that. How many of the stamps? Okay, it's not that bad. I'm not walking all that. I'm sorry. Fast travel. That's too much walking. Player LED. Oh, actually, I do have to go back over there. Does this thing count that the darts are on for a stamp? Because that is the strap piece that you have to close in if you want to tighten this thing. I guess it doesn't because nothing's popping up. So I don't bother with that piece, I guess. Rubber caps. Help muffle the noise produced when it vibrates. I didn't realize that's what it did, because I thought that was just to make sure it doesn't slide off a table. Like if you just put the straps down on the table, they just essentially suction cup to the table. Why was this $10? I'm sorry. The more I play this, the more I wonder why are they charging you money for this. Like, this is not worth $10. This is a cool little pack-in. Why? Why is it not a pack-in? I can see why Reggie Fils-Aimé called Nintendo out for this. I remember hearing that he was on an interview, I think this is how we got the information. He had to fight Nintendo to get Wii Sports as a pack-in. He had to really push for that idea. They wanted to sell people on that game originally, and years later they actually did. So what he's saying has concrete evidence against that, or for, excuse me. So I can see where originally you might have had to buy Wii Sports. That was one of the best pack-in games of all time, which made it one of the best-selling games on the console because it was bundled with every Wii. I was wondering what that top piece did. That's the latch. Okay. It launched without being packed in Japan. Yeah, because that was their original idea. They had to have someone else push them to have it as a pack-in here in the West. So I can see why that was not a pack-in for Japan, because they were stubborn. It just doesn't make any sense. At least that game has a little bit more going for it being paid, but I imagine they charge full price for that. And full price Wii Sports is bad. No. Two-way radio. Ooh. Women's bracelets. Heck yeah. Imagine chatting easier with a strap. I will just say, I hate how this is $10, but at least this is better than 1-2 Switch. And that's coming from someone who bought it. Not at full price, though. Why? Don't buy that at full price. No, 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 no. I bought it on a heavy discount when I was making my Switch 1 review. And because I needed it for the Switch 1 review, so it paid for itself back because of the ad revenue. But that game, when it came out, was a tech demo for the Switch 1, and it was $60. A full-priced game. No. No. It is a bad full-priced game. There's not much to it. You're done in 30 minutes. And it's something you don't really go back to. It was bad for $60. It's a fun game to play with friends, but you move on fast. Like, legitimately, back in the day, when the Switch 1 came out, this was around the time Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was out, too. So, we had a pick of 1-2 Switch, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Bomberman, and Fast RMX. So we had a choice of all those games. And everyone I was playing my Switch 1 with never picked 1-2 Switch. And I played 1-2 Switch with some people. I kind of had to force some people to play it because I didn't really want to. I understood why. But I was like, I need someone at least to play with me because I kind of need multiplayer footage of this. Then I can splice me in later as the second person. But I need a second person for it. So we played it for like 30 minutes tops, and then we would move on. Like, I remember playing that with some family. I remember playing it with my girlfriend at the time, and it was not a thing we stuck with for long. I remember playing it with some friends in college. Again, not for long. It was like a few minutes at best. I think the game we actually played the most as a group was Bomberman. Super Bomberman was a great time for us to all play. And this was before Mario Kart, so if Mario Kart was out, we probably would have played more of that. But this was like first week of Switch 1. By the time I got the 1-2 Switch stuff, that was a little closer to Mario Kart's release, so that's why I was argued there. You ever have anyone actually ask to play the Fast RMX? Because not many people understood what that was, which I can understand. Because it is a very niche game on the eShop, which recommended. And also I recommend the new one here for Switch 2, Fast Fusion. It's also really good. No online multiplayer, sadly, though. But you can use the game share, so yeah, close enough. Mario Kart was April or May. It was a month later, so it was April. Iron fillings. My favorite. Yeah, 1-2 Switch really had almost nothing to it. Although, I did hear that... fake mustache. Hang on. Actually, yeah, you can kind of buy that with a tiny feed. I heard recently someone actually quote-unquote beat 1-2 Switch. And that was the plate spinning minigame. Someone actually was able to play that long enough where it actually ended. So that's kind of a news story the past couple weeks that have been making the rounds. Did Iron Setsuna launch on Switch 1 around the time it came out? Yeah, I believe that was a Switch 1 launch title. If not launch title, at least launch window. But I remember that was when the system came out. Day one. Because that's been the argument with Switch 2. There hasn't been nearly as many games on this system, unfortunately, compared to like Switch 1. The launch lineup has been a lot smaller. But it does make sense in some ways, because I feel like the bigger push right now are the Switch 1 enhancements on Switch 2. And then the third parties, which I've been hearing a lot of third-party games have been flopping hard on Switch 2 right now, which I'm not too surprised about. Half of them are either too expensive, or it's mostly because of the games themselves. They already exist on everything else, so people already have most of these games. Like, most people skipped on Sonic because of no upgrade path, or they skipped out on Yakuza or Puyo Puyo, Split Fiction. Like, you name a third party, most of them people didn't bother. Also, the game key card situation has not helped. A lot of people have been ignoring a lot of games on the Switch 2 right now if they're game key cards. So I've heard the physical sales have been pretty abysmal. Unless you're a game that's fully on a cartridge, like Mario Kart World's been doing pretty good. Cyberpunk's been doing really well. I think Bravely Default's been doing good. But a lot of the third parties have not. Alright, so this is a Saw game. So we gotta move, feel tree, feel it slow, feel it quick, feel it just right. I didn't even move yet and I got it. It's funny. Alright, now we go slow near the end. That wasn't slow? Are you kidding me? When did I count by slow? Okay. Guess I'm gonna be here a minute. Alright, Street Fighter, Cyberpunk, Bravely Default, Room Factory, and Fast Fusion have done well. That makes sense because I don't know about Street Fighter. Is that one of the few games that's fully physical, or is it a game key card? I can't tell you there. But I know Cyberpunk, Bravely Default, and Room Factory are fully physical. Fast Fusion is an actual exclusive, so people have been buying that due to it actually being one of the 3 exclusives on the console right now. Because I guess Bravely Default would kind of count, but also not. It's in a weird class of its own because it is a new game, but also an old game. So, take it as you will. Where am I going next? Okay, I was over here. F. Okay, it was game key card. It's on top selling list. From what I heard, though, the Switch 2 port of Street Fighter 6 is really good. Does it support 120 FPS on the other consoles? Because I don't think it does. So that's a big selling point for Switch 2. Plus, it looks almost indistinguishable, from what I understood, to the PS5 and Xbox Series versions. So it looks pretty good. I think that's a really vocal minority. Matt, you said it's a vocal minority. I don't hear people shutting up about the game keycard problem. So it's like, to me, I feel like it's the exact opposite. But I don't know how that reflects in sales. So it could be a minority, or it could be a majority. We literally don't know yet because it's too new. Well, give it a couple weeks more and find out. Oh, we're at the dock. Okay, so you're telling me the system can stay in TV mode for this entire area. Thank God. No, that's true. I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, social media does not represent the whole commercial market. That's why we got to give it a little more time. Get more game key cards coming out that could be exclusive to Switch 2. Then we'll see how they sell. So until we have that kind of situation happening, I don't know, actually, if the game key card's a problem or not. As of right now, yeah, it sounds like it, but I think that more is a thing of all of these specific games that people are not buying, they already own on other consoles. So it's more of a problem of why. Get a more expensive version of a game that runs worse? Why? Because even though Switch 2 is better than Switch 1, it's still not as powerful as a PS5. So some people might just want to stick with that, which I get. Yeah. I didn't say anything. What? I didn't say anything. What? Okay, let's go over here. I'm now a parrot. Hey, let's go over here. I'm now a parrot. Now we're a gorilla. I'm looking forward to Donkey Kong.
Now we're a gorilla. I'm looking forward to Donkey Kong.
Beep boop, I'm a robot. Beep.
Beep boop, I'm a robot.
Okay, how do you do the echo? Echo your voice for 5 seconds. Wait, does that mean I gotta go through a TV speaker? How do I do that?
Gotta go through a TV speaker?
Hey, shut up, me. I don't want to hear me. Alright, I'm gonna have to cheat. Okay, this is terrible.
Cheat.
Alright. Stop talking me. I gotta do this so I don't keep on talking to myself. So if I gotta do an echo effect, I don't know what they mean. Let's try pumping my voice out with speakers. Alright, let's go ahead and talk. I'm gonna echo this. Let's go!
Alright, let's go ahead and talk. I'm gonna echo this. Let's go!
What do they mean by echo your voice for 5 seconds? What do they mean by that?
What do they mean by that?
Ah! What am I doing wrong? I'm confused here. What?
What am I doing wrong?
Yeah, so you see, I'm unmuting things, and I'm trying to get this to work, right? But what do they mean by echo your voice for 5 seconds?
See, I'm unmuting
it's not working.
And I'm trying
it's
to
not
get
working.
This to work, right?
Shut up, me. I should probably turn up the volume on this.
Turn up the volume on this.
There. Okay, so now we go back to being a parrot. A parrot man. Ah.
There, okay, so now we go back to being a parrot man.
I have an idea of how to cheat.
I have an idea of how to cheat.
Alright, I'm gonna be a parrot again. Let's go.
Alright, I'm gonna be a parrot again. Let's go.
Godspeed.
Godspeed. Alright, I'm gonna be a parrot again. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna be a parrot again. Let's go.
What am I missing? I'm sorry. What am I missing? Unfortunately, my keyboard's way on the other side. So I'm going to have to look this up on my phone because I'm a little confused. Switch to Welcome Tour Echo Generator. Okay. That is not even close. There we go. So I'm trying to see what exactly am I missing. So, from what I'm seeing, I just talk constantly into it, and eventually it just works. Okay. So, I have it set up right now where I do have the volume coming out of my speakers from the console. So, I do need to have some reverb to it. So, I'm just going to talk into the robot here. So, let's just talk into the robot until it talks back at me. Audio jungle, here we come. Let's go. Please start talking. Oh my god, how long do I talk? I can't keep on talking like this. Please go. Oh my god. Oh, here it goes. Ah! Help! Help! Oh my god. There's so much going on. Okay, now I just gotta experience everything at once, I guess? How do you do that? Go. Hello. Okay. Now, hello? Okay. What? This one was neat, but it didn't work correctly. Even when I set it up as it wanted, where I play my voice through the speaker of the TV, it still didn't work correctly. So, a little janky. But other than that, neat. It may be a standard dock. Because it is. And that's it. Gee, I mean, this is not revolutionary. Nintendo Call 2017 was 8 years ago. It's the same idea. The dot doesn't look so much different from the Nintendo Switch dock. That's true. Then you get the Switch OLED dock and you're out. I'm like, these are the same image. This actually I've tried. You can't put a Switch 1 into a Switch 2 dock. And you can't put a Switch 2 in either the Switch 1 dock or the Switch OLED dock. It doesn't work. They actually carved out the docks between the systems in different form factors, so it just doesn't line up correctly. It's mainly with the pins for the USB-C. Also, yeah, you need their power supply. So, power issues. This is the only actual thing that's new about this dock. So, we know that with the Switch OLED dock, it actually had an HDMI 2.0 port on it. If you mod your Switch, you can get 4K 60 out of it. It will do 4K 60. It's just no game ever ran like that. But the console technically could push it. So it had Ethernet built into the dock, HDMI 2.0, which can do HDR, it can do 4K, it can do high frame rates. Like the port can do all that, not necessarily the system. USB-C on the back for power, and then 2 USB-A's on the side. The Switch 2 dock has all of that as well, so it's just a repurposed Switch OLED dock when you really think about it, but it has the fan, so that's the actual new thing. They will mainly compare this to the original Switch 1 dock, because the Switch 1 dock was pretty bare. That was only an HDMI 1.4 cord on it, so we know that was only 4K 30 tops if you hacked your Switch. Also, I'm gonna knock them on one of the things they're talking about here. They say they redesigned the dock. I don't even think it's this quiz. It might be a later one. But they redesigned this dock so it's easier to take like your controllers off or plug things into it better or take the system in and out of the dock more without it falling over. I've had this thing fall over on me like 4 different times already. So I'm sorry. No, it's not easier for it to stay stable. There's supposed to be like this little cutout piece on the foot on the front left that's supposed to make it more stable. But the system's very top heavy because you got the big bulky piece back here, and then you got the gap here, then you put your switch in, then the gap's here. So all your system weight is in the front. That's the problem. So that's where it's starting to topple over. You still have to be careful with the dock like with the Switch 1 docks. It's a little bit better, but not by much in my experience for it to topple over. To look cute. Okay. Technically, it's supposed to be the whole stable thing, but again, I've had mixed results on it because it's very wobbly to me. Like, okay, well, screw you. I'll show it on the camera as best as I can. So if I'm trying to do something, see how it's so much easier on the back, but on the front, it just topples so easily? So if you're doing what they say, right? The system really wobbled forward. Now, my cable's catching it back here, so it can't really fall over, but it's very easy for it to just move forward. On my setup, this is why some people don't have as much of a problem, but for me, this is a major problem that I've had with the Switch docks. All 3 of them. So it's not exclusive to this one. I've had the dock itself just topple over, but I'm using a wire rack shelf, and I put a plank of wood underneath the docks, so I can have an actual, like, sturdy part. But the wires tug on the system a lot. It's a very tight cable run, and that's where the issue comes in. So if I'm moving the system too much, it could easily just flop over. So I just gotta, like, be careful with the system. And I've had this problem with original Switch dock, Switch OLED dock, Switch 2 dock. So it's more of a me problem, I would say. But I've heard other people complain about that on Switch 2 as well, so it depends. It depends on how you're using it or the setup. I like this dock way more though than any of the others. It's my favorite one of the 3. I don't like the original Switch dock that much. Really looking back at it, it's okay. I think the door is better on it than the Switch OLED door. That Switch OLED dock door is pretty horrible. It's a more rugged design, but it always popped off for me every time I nudged a wire. So it was very, very loose. That didn't happen on the Switch 1 door because the Switch 1 was just like a hinge design. So the door stayed on the dock more, which was better. Anytime you move the cable, then just pop off. But the Switch OLED dock was better because I had an Ethernet port, so it had more function to it. You had to buy an adapter for the Switch 1 to even use a wired connection, which that was a day 1 purchase for me. And then I had to return it, so that had to be a day 2 purchase to get the right one. Because unfortunately, the Switch uses a very specific network chipset. I didn't know that when I bought an original LAN adapter. So I bought the wrong one without knowing it. Yeah, so this is the same kind of setup Switch 1 uses, just a little bit of a different design with the spring. This is why the systems don't interchange in docks. Switch 2 only works with Switch 2 dock because of this layout. Yeah, it does a good job at latching onto the Switch and then just pulling it in. So you don't have to be perfect, but all Switch docks have kind of been like that, so I wouldn't really say that's a big improvement. It is an improvement, but I've never had a problem docking my Switch. No matter what one you're talking about. But this is a new thing. It's not fully in the system anymore. Because it kind of needs to have a gap for air. Also makes it easier for the system to line up correctly with the ports, so it doesn't just pop off, which is good. Okay, this is the one I was thinking of. This is the quiz that has it then. This is talking about one of the 4 feet has a little extra. Yeah, this is where I'm like, nah. You see how it does that? I think they got a picture of someone actually doing that. Because that's real. That does happen. I plugged in a GameCube adapter the other day to my Switch 2 dock, and when I was unplugging it, I didn't have the system in it, mind you. Thank God I didn't. I knocked the dock over. It's because of this one little piece of plastic that's supposed to keep the system from falling over. It doesn't always do its job. Because notice on that clip, when the guy pulls it back, right? Look at this. It shakes. So it is still possible to knock the dock over. That little foot is not enough. It can still flop over if you're too hard on your console. And sometimes a USB just doesn't want to come out. So you might have to be rough with it. By rough, I mean actually pull it instead of it's just like a slight nudge. Okay, what are some of these answers? I wish you can go backwards. You can't open the stand in the dock. What is that answer? Just one. And I think they needed 2, actually. That was a decent idea. Oh, which one did I get wrong? Probably the first one. No, it was the second one. So I think the 2 feet in the front should have had that little lip. That would have made things a little bit better for stability. Okay, I just picked bad wording, that's all. They may have tried that idea I had and it just didn't work. I don't know. Maybe bigger rubber feet, actually. The Switch OLED's bottom was entirely rubber, and that actually made it a little more stable in some areas. So maybe a revision dock is going to be all rubber feet, but have like a kick thing on the front of them. I don't know. Because I can see them revamping this dock like they did with the Switch 1, because you can always have improvements on something. Because this is better than any of the other docks, but still not perfect. Air intake, aka vent. Too bad there's a giant door in the way of that. So airflow might be restricted. It's not that bad actually. It might sound worse than it actually is, but air can like flow in and around and up and down. It doesn't need like a giant opening. Just a little hole in something and air can move. Oh yeah, that's one of the locks for the actual cover. It still pops off pretty easily if you're a little rough with the back panel. Okay, this is another you need a 4K TV for test. So it's a good thing I'm playing in 4K, even though technically not. This is gonna be really hard if I'm not playing on the right display though. I hope it's not gonna be too imprecise. Level of brightness of what the pixels are barely visible. Yeah, this is not gonna be easy for me. Oh. That was a preset option. What am I doing? Oh, this is gonna suck. I can't see a difference, like, at all. I'm gonna have to go full feet for this. Because even you guys won't be able to see this either. How do you readjust that, though? I didn't know that was a preset option. That wasn't well described. Choose the level of brightness at which the pixels are barely visible. They're all easily visible. This is the same. Can you guys even see a difference to your side? I can't. Like, to me, these all look the same. Oh. Yeah, no, this is impossible for me. Oh my god, no. That's why. Look at that. There's a thing in the center. That is not possible to see on a 1080 panel playing in a downscaled 4K resolution. You're not going to see that at all. Okay. God, I gotta play this like I'm legally blind. I can't notice the difference. There's no difference. I'm gonna have to cheat. I found one. Hint, yes, please. Okay, that still doesn't help. I'm sorry, did I make this game for ants? I'm looking at a zoomed in feed and I still can't see a difference. Like, I'm looking at a zoomed in version of this game on a separate OBS window. I don't see any differences. I'm looking as close as possible and I can see zero difference. That did not help at all. That was a terrible hint. I can't see this at all. It's impossible to see. This is literally counting the pixels. Yes, you guys are not wrong. Oh my god. You know what? We have to do this legit then. I can't. I can't do this. I'm playing on my TV. This is impossible otherwise. I can't see any of these. Like, those don't exist. So, I'm not gonna be able to show this well on stream for very obvious reasons. But I'm gonna disappear and I'm gonna turn on my TV and I'm just gonna play on that. Because there's no other way. This is impossible to see without 4K. Alright, so I am going to do my best to still communicate with you guys. I'm gonna kill a lot of my settings. I'm gonna have to do this, because I'm not gonna be near the mic at all. Alright, I am at the TV. This is the dumbest thing I've had to do. I hate this. Oh my god, chat, you can see this when you're watching on a TV. Who knew I had to buy a 4K TV for my new console? Revolutionary. I did it! All it took was getting a new display! I hate this so much! look, I'm gonna say, even with a 4K TV, that still sucked. It still did. So, do I have... Yes, I do. I do have the camera feed over here. Let's play that one more time, and I'm gonna walk you through just what exactly I had to do for that. Trust me, you're gonna want to watch it. Oh, that's not even the right feed. Oh, hang on. There's a reset that. Yeah, there you go. Fixed. Alright, now how do I turn on this audio? Deactivate it. Going away for a second. Enable audio. Alright, there you go. Now you can hear me through the phone. Perfect. Alright, let's do it again. So, for reference sake, this is my TV stand. An actual desk that is repurposed because not many tabletops that I've found fit a 55-inch television. So I've been using this as my TV stand. So it works great with mouse mode because it was designed for that. Get this crap out of here. That was my old flyer stuff from the Switch 2's midnight release. Unfortunately, that doesn't help. So I got to play with like a nice glare this whole time. So I guess we have to go old school and play in the dark. So this is what I was able to see. This is the only way you can tell that this works. Sit right in front of this. Jack, can you see the pixels now? That's how you're supposed to play this game. I am sitting in front of my television and actually pixel hunting the little moving dots. That's how you're supposed to play this. Oh my god. Who designed this? Like, who designed this? Seriously. This is awful. You have to pixel peep. This is the joke that we made. There's another medal! There's a third medal! I have to do this again! Is there a way to cheat? How am I going so fast? Oh, I can't find the last one. Oh, I found it. 1801. I don't think we should play round 2 of this. I don't know why, though. Can someone ask or answer that question of why we should just move on from this minigame? I think I might have an idea. As to why we shouldn't do that again. And just play on this setup instead. And for reference sake, earlier I was playing with this window, and I zoomed in the canvas, and I can't do the next part because I don't have enough hands, but I was zooming in the OBS window even more, pixel hunting. I still couldn't see those little dots, like, at all. It was impossible. I'm legit shocked I was able to even do that. Dear God, that was terrible. I don't think I had to get that jank for a stream in my life. That is a first. I had the hand cam footage for you to see that. There's no other way. No way this system ever does 8K. I'm sorry. Hey guys, do you want to squint harder? No, I'm out. It's like going to the eye doctor. Number 1 or number 2? Sir, that's the same image. I can't tell. Yo, fun fact though about that. We joke. But can I talk about my last experience at an eye doctor's? It was horrible. Like, I don't think I want to go back to this guy. Horrible. Some people in here might know the story because... Oh, also, yeah, shoutouts to the Switch 2 Power Brick having a removable cable. Thank God. Because I don't have a second one, but my dock's in a different spot. I was able to just unplug the cord from the Power Brick and then move the Power Brick, which made this whole setup possible. And it's even smaller too with more power. Technology's come a long way. Yeah, it increases going from 39 watts to 60 watts. So now you know what you need if you're replacing it. 60 watts at least. So when I last went to an eye doctor, I had to do the, the traditional like number 1, number 2 test, right? Like everyone does that part. But the problem was they didn't clean the lenses from the magnifier. So when they had me do the number 1, number 2 checks, I couldn't see a difference actually. Every image was blurry because there were like smears on the lenses. And I told the guy, there's not much of a difference in these images. They're all blurry. I think this lens of yours on the machine needs to be cleaned. And they just ignored me. So, fast forward a few weeks later, I get my new script for my glasses. So I get a new pair of glasses. And wouldn't you believe it, this was the wrong script. They were too strong. Because I kept on saying one of the 2 that were flipped in the test, I kept on saying the stronger magnifying one, that image was the one that I was able to see. Because of how blurry the test was. Like the whole thing needed to be cleaned. Because I had to go back in, redo the test. And then when I redid the test, the lenses were clean on the machine. And wouldn't you know it, I was able to see clearer and get our correct script. Because then, a few weeks later, when the replacement glasses came in, I could see out of these stupid things. The other ones I put on, I have them still. They give me a headache. It's too much. They upped my script by way too much because of the blurry lens. So, moral of the story, if you get an eye doctor that doesn't listen to you when you say, hey, I can't see how your equipment, don't continue the test and fight back. Because if you continue that test, you're wasting your time, and by extension, when you get the wrong script, your money, because then you have to redo all of it. It's bad. But needless to say, I don't think I'm going to that eye doctor anymore, because I don't want that experience again. I went there because they were highly recommended. But after that experience, I don't know what the heck they're recommending. Because it ain't good quality. At least in my honest opinion. It was not great. I also knew someone else who went to that same eye doctor after I did, and they were told they had glaucoma. Then they went somewhere else, and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Your pressure is fine. So you don't have that. Okay. So yeah, needless to say, probably going somewhere else next time. I moved the paddle? Excuse me, I didn't do anything. Oh, I get it. I get it now. Wait, do you use both? Oh, why is that the left over there and the right's over here? Over here. Hey, I did it. Make it brighter. 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 I like this test the best for getting it bright. Yeah, it's the easiest because you just funnel everything through here. Every stage to max brightness. Oh boy. That count? That was a little awkward. Problem is, I don't know if I got the others to maximum brightness yet. I feel like I did, but I don't 100% know that. Let's just put this up here. I'm spinning this dial a lot, but is it enough? Because what I don't like on this one is I'm getting like an overload. Definitely the mini game of all time. Yeah, I don't get the point on this one that much. It's not. Oh, you're telling me I could just cheat? Like, okay. As soon as I was shoving more liquid into the spinner, that was fine. You could have told me I could have cheated this whole time. Really? Yeah, that was bad. Oh my god. 4K. HDR. 120 hertz. Not all at the same time. What do you think we are? Actually good at our powerhouses? Nah. It's funny. This is an ultra high speed HDMI cable. The system does have an HDMI 2.1 connection. It can't do what it just said though. It can only do 4K at 60 hertz. It can't do 4K at 120 hertz. It even flat out says right here. 120 hertz support up to 1440p. You can't do it at 4K, so that was a weird sentence to start with. That's 4 times as many pixels as a Nintendo Switch. Which one? Oh, don't get technical. Technically, no, excuse me, the Switch 1 is actually capable of 4K as well. With a little bit of modding. Most people didn't do that, so yeah, you know, the point still stands. And now we're talking about HDR on the TV. Can I just say the HDR mechanism? The HDR settings on the Switch 2 is a little weird because there is a second option that's kind of buried you have to adjust. Because option 1 is you're adjusting the sun. So you're trying to get the left one to show up and the right one to just barely be visible or just flat out not visible at all. And then you go to option 2, which is like, hey, look at this picture. All right, you're done. In that second option, there's another button you have to pick, which adjusts the brightness. And most people don't know that. So they don't adjust their brightness correctly for HDR, and then they're wondering, why is the sky and the clouds the same color? Everything is overblown. It's too much. That's why. You have to adjust the second option too, and it's a weird buried setting, and I don't know why it's buried. Because HDR on this console is pretty good on TV. It's just if you miss that second option, it's disgusting. Because I noticed that with Mario Kart. The sky, the sand, the clouds, like they all were the same shade of white on my TV at first. I'm like, oh, this is wrong. It's too bright. Then I adjusted the second option correct, and I was like, oh no, this looks amazing. QQVGA. Y2K, baby. 4DK. Oh yeah, my favorite resolution. 4DKs. This is a very exact number, so I have to think it's gotta be the exact number. I can't remember what the color thing was. Smooth, baby. I feel like I got this wrong because of that third option. Yeah, I thought so. I didn't know their wording, because I don't know HDR exactly. I know what it works, like, how it works somewhat. Hundreds of millions of different types. I did see that. It did say 16.77. So I'm not wrong. I said that and it counted as wrong. Why? This is technically correct. But the last part is the part you gotta pay attention to, so it's hundreds of millions. That's dumb. I was right, and I was wrong at the same time. That's impressive. Oh my god, there's more of these. How many more times can I be told? My system's at 4K. I don't know what else they can quiz me on output. Easy to use without any setup. No, okay. Game mode, in case you still don't know what that is on your TV. And AOMM, essentially meaning auto low latency. It will just turn that setting on for you. If you got a crazy complicated setup like mine, AOMM doesn't work, so turn on game mode manually. I do that regardless. Oh yeah, CEC, essentially meaning that, hey, I turned on my Switch 2, now my TV turns on. It's neat, but again, you got a crazy complicated setup like mine, doesn't work. It's a cool thing though, more and more electronics now have CEC compliance. I wish that you can do that on a computer. I've heard hacky workarounds to get CEC working on a computer, so if you can get that to work, then you can turn on your computer and it sends a power signal to your TV, and that's neat. And then swaps the input and all that. Like, it's super convenient, because it's just one button press and everything is on and set up. Yeah, for once, people got mad at me, actually. I remember this back in 2017. People got mad at me in the comments on my Nintendo Switch review. I said the dock might as well be like a second power source for the Switch, as it provided the system more power. And people were like, actually, the dock has no power to it. It's doing nothing to the system. Guys, I didn't mean that literally. Now it's literally, because the Switch 2 dock actually does give the system more horsepower, because it can do 4K output. That was a figure of speech, because I knew the dock didn't give it more power, but without the dock, the Switch 1 couldn't output in 1080p, so I wasn't wrong. Like, I feel like people just don't understand what metaphors are, because it's like, guys, I know it's not physically more power to the console, but how else do I describe it giving the system more juice, besides saying it gives it more juice? It gives an alarm feature. It does technically have the sound effect, not wrong. But that's not what AOMM is doing. ABC enabled. Unfortunately, we're not close. We're on the F. I can't remember what was the wording on that. Did they say send straight or convert for TV? I think it's convert, technically. They use the Joy-Con 2s, baby. If you don't have Joy-Con 2, your dock doesn't work. They email each other. It's gonna be a really, really, really long response for when you're changing that one setting. I can see like people, at least in the Twitch chat, are like, yeah, what the heck is wrong with people on your reactions so far. Comments are just weird sometimes on videos, I've noticed. Like, I get it. Some people either don't understand exactly what you're saying, or they just want to be argumentative. I think sometimes I see more of the latter happen in a lot of comments. Thankfully, the comment sections on my videos are mostly positive and actually have, like, proper conversations, asking questions, or just complimenting the video or whatnot. Like, I've gotten a lot of positive comments over the years, and I really appreciate people doing that. And also the constructive criticism and feedback. That I also really appreciate, because it helps me know what works and what doesn't, what to change, you know, the usual. But when you have people just arguing for the sake of arguing, yeah, I don't like that. That's just dumb. Don't do that. How was I supposed to know that was the air vent? That's not even close to the air vent. Alright, so now I can go over to G. Yeah, okay, how many more of these are left? I'm legit getting tired of just reading. That's all this has mainly been. I'm scared of you, no thank you. I can do that, but I don't think I should put people through another squint test. That was terrible. Whee! That wasn't that fun at all. Here we go, baby. It's time for Switch 2 camera. Someone get me that piranha plant. I gotta look like an actual potato on camera. So this is the one area you'd be completely locked out of doing certain minigames. Because, yeah, it uses camera. And guess what you don't have? Now, mind you, you don't need the actual Switch 2 camera. You can use USB webcams on this system, and a lot of them work. I think they just need to be UVC compliant, aka plug and play. No driver needed. Like a lot of Logitech webcams have been proven to work. If you got a C920, like most of society, then you can use it on your Switch. And you get comments that ask, like, what are you talking about? Yeah, there's that too. I've even gotten comments of people asking, hey, do you remember this one thing you did on this video? I'm like, dude, that was like an 8-year-old video. I don't even know what you're referencing, let alone the song you're asking me about or the specific setup I was using for like showing this or that off. Like, I can't answer that. I'm sorry, because I don't remember that far back. I got one the other day. Like, I really want to answer it. I just don't know what the answer is. They're asking what primary spirit I used on the Ganon amiibo, training that when I was making those videos a long time back. I don't remember. That was like a good 6 years ago. I don't think it tells me what the primary spirit is anymore. Maybe it does if I scan it. I don't know. I'll have to try that, but I literally don't remember. So I can't answer that comment. I want to answer it. I just don't know what the answer is. I just remember throwing literally whatever spirit I had at the guy, so it wasn't any specific spirit I had in mind. This thing's also wiring, I thought. I kept on saying like 90-something degree. I didn't know this was 110. Also, what they just showed, nah, it's like you can still see the fisheye lens effect on the walls. It's kind of like a GoPro. It's a very wide angle, and that wide angle gives you that fisheye lens effect. Oh yeah, that's right. We got a privacy shutter. That's right, we put 5 cents in our camera. It's like, privacy shutter's not that expensive, so I'm glad to see it, but it's also kind of like the bare minimum you can do. At least it also turns off the LED, I like that. It does also recognize when you're closing it halfway. Pretty impressive. You do see that image on your camera. I've tested that immediately. It's funny, the first thing I got to use with my Switch 2 was not the Switch 2. Not the controllers. It was the stupid camera. Because I was able to plug this into my PC, instantly use it on my computer, and just see exactly how it works. Oh, fun fact, by the way. This one's interesting. They're talking about the Game Boy cameras here. You can get a Game Boy camera to work on the Switch 2. If you know how to hook it up. It does work. You're gonna need the right adapters and upscalers and all that, but it does work. Wait, Wii U Gamepad let you see face of other players? How many games? 3? Yeah, Nintendo's been doing cameras with their games for many years. It's just been a very on-off thing. This time was the easiest yet. They just made a USB webcam. Everybody makes USB webcams. Easy enough to research that. $10 degrees. It's just like this much field of view. You just see your nose. I mean, I don't know if I count IR as a camera per se. They're really stretching the boundary of what a camera is with IR. Not wrong, but it's also not exactly the same as every other camera they compared to? That's really stretching it. Wasn't there an actual USB webcam that worked on Wii? I know there was a USB microphone because of Animal Crossing, but I don't think there was a camera. Oh, this one. I need to do this one. This one's good. I heard about this game. You make funny faces. And it reflects on the little emote thing that they got in front of us. I think of these like the Apple emojis, because you could do something similar with them. So I don't know how I'm gonna get a good score on this. Yeah, well lit. I think we're good. Better than most other people. Hey, there I am. So move your face close to the camera so it fits within the range. Can I do face tracking? No, I can turn it off. Oh, but you can zoom it though. Keep in mind, this is a 1080p webcam, so when you zoom in, you are losing quality. I get to look right at you guys. Oh, I have to press buttons. Oh, well, this is more fun, actually. Hey, I'm a VTuber now. That's right. Oh my god, look at the tongue action. Ah. Wait, how's it do the tongue? Huh? Oh, there it goes. That's freaky. Oh my god, and the blinking. God, is this like a VTuber model? Alright, let's do the game correct. Okay, well, I guess I'm a little too high up. Hey, my eyelids are perfect. Line of sight? Yeah, not even close. Yeah, the angle's crap. Because I didn't know where to look in relation. Look, there I am, Gary. God, I must look so stupid in the real camera. I'm excited to watch this back later. That's not a bad score. All right, copy the face. What do we got? What is that? Oh gosh, drop my Joy-Con. I legitimately don't even know how I look. What I'm doing this, so I don't know if I'm getting it correct or not. But I'm just seeing the mental image in my head. Nope, not even close. Just, Yeah, angle's off, I wonder why. Oh my god. That one's good. I just gotta... wait. I keep on looking over here. I don't know why, because that's where my TV is. I was looking straight up. How did that count as straight up? God, this is so weird. I might have to swap to a different camera just to make this easier. I might use my Logitech camera, actually, because that, at least I can clamp to the top of my monitor. Also, may not like the glasses. I don't know. I might try around this without glasses. Okay, close enough. I can't do the half-eye thing. It might hate my glasses. I'm gonna go back in, because I'm pretty sure I failed this. I'm gonna go back in and just try the first expression without glasses and see what happens. I think this is my favorite game yet because it's so cursed. Dude, I was off only by 4 points. So I think it is the glasses. All right, ditching them. That's right, we're going blind. Literally, I can't see. It works better now. Of course it does. All right, well, I'm gonna have to... There you go. Can I get a different face? I can't do that one. It doesn't work when I tilt over. There you go, that one worked. So cursed. This is so cursed. But I love it. That's close enough. I mean, the angle is gonna be off, but, you know, the face is good. I give her credit. It's doing a decent job tracking, but the camera is facing towards a light right now, so it is kind of screwing it up. Oh my god, not one of these. I love one of these, but it's gonna be terrible. God, I think we're gonna have plenty of future emote ideas in the future. Oh, how is the eyebrows not up? How am I supposed to close my eyes with like a slight open wide look and keep them up? That's not easy. Oh, I almost looks exactly the same. Yeah, look at these numbers. They're pretty much perfect. Do we have one more? I think that's one more. Yeah, final challenge. One more. There we go. That's, I think, not perfect, but close enough. Oh my god, this is like a cursed game, but it's amazing. This is my favorite one. I don't think anything's topping dumb faces. Hey, spot on. You're, I'll take your word for it. Pole. Fun fact, there's actually a screw under here. If you flip the camera upside down, there's a rubber foot on it. You can peel that back, and there's a screw that keeps the stick here in place. You can't take the camera off the pole. So if you want to mount that to something like with a proper like, tripod head, you're not doing that. If you take the screw out of the pole, so you take it off the base, then you can 3D print something. And then from there, you can put that pole on something. So that's one thing you can do. I'll do another quiz because we're in the middle of an ad. I don't think people are going to miss much if I'm doing that. Also, I can't pick that up. Are you kidding me? Fine, I'll take the quiz first and then go back to Lost and Found. Because then I can do both at the same time. Do this, then go Lost and Found, come back. Here's the switch to camera. What do you mean you didn't need to buy this? At least it works on everything because you have the top USB-C port. That's how I have it plugged in my system, so I don't have to constantly worry about having it plugged in or not plugged in. Because I do have a C to A adapter, so I could use it on anything. I just wish that Nintendo did a better job at listing what cameras are compatible on the console, but I can't fault them for this either, because there are hundreds of webcams out there. Even capture cards have been proven to work, but we just don't know which ones. That's why they have a built-in testing software. It comes with a stand. You can't take it off, though. Unless you modify it. Yeah, at least this thing's taller than the Switch, too, so you can put it behind it. It's fine. Alright, in and out. Well, enjoy your rest of your night, Matt. Have a good one. Hope you enjoyed the faces. That was my favorite part. It only took about 4 hours to get to my favorite part of this game. Better than squinting, that's for sure. I have noticed this about the camera. It does have pretty decent white balance. So it tries its best trying to capture you no matter how bright it is behind you and adjust accordingly. It's not the best on it. It doesn't have HDR. Like the camera I'm using now, this webcam does have HDR. So if it's super bright behind me, like I'm pointing it at a window, if I turn HDR on, it balances out the colors better. So it makes it possible for you to see me. But if you put the Switch 2 camera in front of a window, it might struggle. It's also not bad in a dark environment. I will give it credit there too. Most webcams nowadays do a lot better at handling low light situations. And this camera, I'm praising this thing a lot. It's mainly because of its $55 price tag. It's a very wide angled camera. You're not going to find another camera around this price range at 110 degrees. So if you need that wide angle, the Switch 2 camera is probably the way to go. And it's 1080p. So that's what most people need anyways in their cameras. They don't need anything higher. Disposable cameras. Or an endoscope. Oh my god. Just imagine that. If somehow I think this is possible. Oh my god. That's gonna be scary. But someone could do it. There are some endo cameras that you can get that output, I think, via HDMI. So you could probably hook it up to a capture card, and if the capture card works on the Switch 2 as a webcam, yes, an endoscope technically would work. I don't think you would want to use an endoscope as a camera, but hey, people using DSLR cameras on this console, so nothing will stop you. God, I'm just thinking of all the wrong ways you can use this console, and it's hilarious. There are plenty of wrong ways to use the camera on this system. God, just the thought of an endo camera being used right now, that just got me. I'm like, oh my god, it might actually be possible. Because you guys let any USB capable camera on this console, yeah, you're opening the floodgates. And guess what happened? They opened the floodgates. I think you get a 4K TV next couple of years. Does your family have one in, like, the living room, for example? Or are they still rocking an older panel? We didn't get a 4K TV in our house until, let's say it was 2022. Like, we just used 1080p screens for years here. I only got one recently, within the past year myself, for my room. But I kind of need one now because of all the capturing I do. I need something that can handle 4K, just if I wanted to actually do 4K capture. Because I honestly don't care. Like, it does look sharper, but it's not necessarily like I needed the 4K. Like, I can get away without it. Okay, nothing 4K. Okay, yeah. So I would say, yeah, your next TV you get is most definitely a 4K, because unless you're getting a pretty small screen nowadays, it's kind of hard to get a 1080p panel. Like, if you're getting a 55-inch and up, it's pretty much guaranteed to be 4K. That's what I've noticed anymore. It's just nice to have for the flexibility, but you really don't need 4K. Honestly, I actually really like watching movies and TV shows in 4K, but gaming, I prefer still like 1080p or 1440p. I don't care as much on the gaming side for 4K because it's way too demanding and you don't see too much of a difference when you're moving fast in a game. So it's not super required for that. But it's nice for watching content. God, what else would they have left? I don't know. Unless there's a random cable on the floor, I don't know what I didn't see for a stamp. Oh, this is using mouse control. Okay. So wait, this doesn't use the camera at all in a camera area. Missed opportunity. Yeah, movies in 4K, probably the best part about it. I've been watching a lot of content on Apple TV as of late, because we have a Apple TV subscription that runs out by the end of the month, because I got a Apple subscription with... Oh, I got the point. I'm terrible at this, though. So you have to feel the rumble, and then you pick which one of the two objects. That's rounded. I've been watching a lot of stuff on Apple TV because I got it as a free trial that came with my tablet for about 3 months. So I've been watching stuff on there before it runs out. And it's been nice because a lot of the shows on there are in 4K and HDR. Oh god, this one's messy. I think it's a star. Hey, I did it! That was really fast too. That was easy. Got a couple movies that came in Blu-ray and 4K discs. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be a good use for 4K. I think I only have one movie that's in Blu-ray disc. I find that error. I kind of just stopped buying physical discs because at that point in time when Blu-rays became more and more popular, because I didn't have a Blu-ray player until actually the Xbox One. So it wasn't until 2015. That was our first Blu-ray player in the house, and that was only a 1080p display anyways the system could do. So it didn't even matter. So by that point, everything was starting to be streaming. That's why I just didn't really bother since. I get the appeal of physical media for movies, but I just mainly watch my stuff on streaming. If it's not available on a streaming thing, I usually just don't watch it. Because there's so many other things to watch. Wow, I felt like a bee. Yeah, A and B almost feels the same. I gotta get the corners. See. N. No way, that was an H? H and N are gonna feel very similar. That's a B. No way. I gotta get closer to the top. That was a K. Dude, these letters are very close. H and N's are almost feeling the same to me. Now it's an N. See, I don't have time to like draw the letter out. That's why I'm just trying to feel edges and then assume. I didn't even see the C was in that pick. That's a C, because there's a giant gap in the middle. Okay. E. B? I didn't see the B in the pick! I might try this a couple more times. I want to get a move on, honestly. Like, this one's interesting, but it takes a lot of my time. Oh my god. F. No way! No way that wasn't an F. That felt like an F. I took an F because I F'd up. You know what I mean. I would say L, but there's no L there. I hate the C one. The whole Godzilla series physical. Yeah, there are certain things that are worth getting physical, especially if it's a franchise you're really into. I would prefer it that way, because I know those things can always leave a streaming service when you least expect it. And with the Godzilla movies, it's all over the place. Because some of the older ones are just no longer available on anything from what I've seen. So having those physical is probably a great idea. That was... Oh, I didn't feel the bottom right. I felt a gap. Alright, one more honest attempt, because I am tired of this one. It's neat, but it is extremely time consuming when I get to the end and I still fail it. Because my honest attempt means I pass number 2. Because I think these first 2 are pretty simple to get past, but it's part 3 onwards is too complicated. I took way too much time on a C. That was a Z? Really? Alright, I'm done. That didn't feel like that letter. That's why I'm like, no, man. That can't be it. See, I don't like those kind of games because you feel a little pressured into acting fast because of just the timetable you're given. And if you make one little mistake, you're done. You got to redo the whole thing. It's a little too much. That's my issue. So if I was just playing in my own time, I just grind it. But because I'm doing this as a stream thing, probably not worth it. Where's the last thing? I know I gotta get the camera connecting to USB-C. But where would I go for that? Because that's at the very top of the head. The cable routes in from down here up. So where would they say, hey, good enough, this is where I'm gonna put my random USB-C port for the stamp. Because I really would just like to get a move on. But unfortunately, I don't know where the last stamp is, so I don't know where to go. Yeah, it's an LED, I know. I got the lens, LED, shutter, clip, the stand. I am literally just missing the camera plugging in. But where would they put the plug? I would assume up there, where the camera is, because it plugs in from the bottom. But I don't know where the stamp is lined up, because I can't put it on the bottom. I can't walk upside down. Like, this is kind of stupid. Like, I will honestly say the stamp mechanism for this, like, oh, you find it here. Where's here? Good luck. Because you're having to just walk around until a random pillar pops up. Why is this like the hardest one to find? Me trying to fill out the map in Splatoon 3 single player so I can get like a stupid sticker. This is the same mood. Running on every pixel of floor and hoping something changed. It's kind of like the same idea. Dude, where is that last piece? Again, I know I'm missing the connection, but I can't walk upside down, so it has to be somewhere out here or up on the lens. But where? I thought I checked every nook and cranny. Oh my god. How are you supposed to know this is here? Look, I scoured the whole area, and as soon as I get close to the H, boop. Here's the last thing. It's for the base. You know, the entire floor you're on? How the heck, dude? Did not like that at all. Like, I think the stamps in this are a little gatekeepy, and that's not great design. I'll go from the capture button. So how many more areas? It's H, I, J, K, L. If we go that many areas, that's 5. Why'd I have to do all that work to get to the inside of the second Joy-Con? Oh my god. I might just start just slapping down stamps just so I can get to the next area faster. Like, this is a game of all time. Like, dear God. Alright, mouse control. Shapes. Isn't one of the games in this literally just scraping paint? Because I've seen that used in every thumbnail on a video hating on this game. I've seen essentially just, it's the equivalent of watching paint dry and they show a picture of paint. Oh, you can color outside the lines, so you can't go too fast in this. Dude, I barely moved my hand. This is a little sensitive because it barely moves that fast, so I'll move my hand faster to compensate. They really cherry-picked the best demos for people to play at a showcase, because I did not hear how horrible this was until it came out. Because some of these games are, let's just say, the equivalent of drawing in the, like, free booklet you get at Olive Garden where you're waiting for your food. It's supposed to distract you for all of 5 seconds. How? How did I count as outside the line? Oh, and you can't do that method too, where you just like scribble. It doesn't work. Like I'm trying to go like an actual crayon. But it doesn't let you go that fast. It actually stops you from going that fast. It's a little bit of a pushback. Oh, I missed that gap. It's gonna fail me if I don't get it. Can little Timmy stop drawing, please, and actually get back to the fun stuff? Like, can you go play Mario 1 in 4K again? That was fun. Can we go back to those games, please? Like, some of these mini-games to show off the tech are interesting, and then you get this. Just color in the line. What are these games? Nothing's still beating Astro's Playroom as the best packing game of all time. Just flat out. It's the best packing game of all time. It has so much for you to do. It has like 4 different levels with a secret unlockable one. It has plenty of collectibles. It's got updated stuff that came out after Astrobot released. So there's even more stuff to do after you beat the game. There's just infinite replayability, and it's a free game that came installed on everyone's PS5. And then you got Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, which is a $10 game you have to go buy, that are just a bunch of tech demos that you might as well have just included in the console, because how many people are going to stick with this for longer than 10 minutes? That's $1 a minute of gaming. Like, what were they thinking with this title? Seriously. I'm out. I'm out. No more. God, I just want to play Astro's Playroom instead of this. Someone give me a PS5 stat. That sounds better. I'm telling my friends that are on the same family plan as me, you want to try this, because I know no one's going to beat it in my group. I might, only because I have to justify my $10. No, realistically, I'm going to just use this for footage. I'm getting my money's worth out of tonight's stream, that's for sure. But if any of my mutuals wanted to try this, ask me and I'll send you the game. You can borrow it for the 14 days Nintendo lets you, because don't buy this. Oh my god, don't buy this. Buy Fast Fusion instead, that game's great. And it's only $5 more. It is 100% worth it. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I don't blame you. And I think you're getting more of the experience from actually watching it than playing it. This is definitely a game you watch before you buy. And as soon as you see what you're getting into, you know you're good. Yeah, the sticks do feel better on these Joy-Cons. They are a little bit bigger than the ones from Joy-Con 1. So they do feel a little more rugged and robust. Although, can I say I already had stick drift happen to one of these? Very short-lived stick drift. Yes, these will still have that. Nintendo has extended their stick drift repair process to the newer Joy-Con. They knew this would happen, so that's why they shifted the program forward. They didn't fix these. It's just a more rugged design, so it happens less, but it'll still happen. I had something lodge inside of my right Joy-Con stick the other day, or my left Joy-Con stick, excuse me, it was this one, the blue one. I had something lodged in the stick that I couldn't see, which barely tilted it up. And I got a bad case of stick drift. I had to clean out the stick because it was immediately drifting, and this was only after a week of use. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. I hope that was a fluke. I've never had stick drift, ever, on my Pro Controllers or my Joy-Cons, so I don't want this to be a first. I just hope that was like a random speck of dust or hair or something that lodged inside and pushed it up a little bit, which I don't know how that would make sense, but joysticks are weird. They're fluffier. No, they're bigger. Barely. They're like, I would say, inch bigger tops when you compare like height. No, mouse mode activated, but it's so easy to activate that by accident on these controllers. Because my hand's over the sensor and I hold it down, that's mouse mode. I gotta hold it straight up for it to stop working. So I gotta be careful there. Enemy characters, baby. Alright, well, it's not that. Strength. It's probably your grip, but it's plastic pieces moving around. Yeah, it was the other answer. I'm not reading that panel. I know what I already answered wrong. The second I clicked it, I'm like, I probably got this wrong, because I'm just half paying attention at this point. I just want to see all the areas. I'm just trying to speed through this at this point, because I've got the gist like 30 minutes in. And I've only had fun with the camera game. I'm gonna be honest. The camera game was the best part. Everything else has been kind of mid. Okay, it wasn't that. Fine, I'll read it. I wish I could just skip through it, though, because I don't need to see these animations every time. They get the point. Alright, thank you. That's all I needed. Panel 2 is enough. Electricity. There we go. That's good enough. What's that? I probably have to clean these because they are starting to get a little bit of hand grease on them. The Switch 2 has like a very different material on its plastic compared to Switch 1, so it's less prone to fingerprints. The dock, unfortunately, does not have that same attribute, so it's a little more prone to fingerprints. But nothing a quick little rag wouldn't fix, just like a quick little wipe. It's good to clean off your controllers like that every once in a while, to be fair. Especially the sticks. Okay, yep, I'll have to go back and handheld for this, because VRR, unfortunately, is not on the TV. So this is going to demonstrate how the system works. Handheld or tabletop, doesn't matter. It's going to be probably, for my sake, tabletop. Alright, that should be a good angle, I would say. Something like that. So let's use his mouse mode. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can blow up my camera feed on my monitor. I think that's easy to read right now in this weird off-centered. There we go. So manually adjust the slider. Fixed frame rate. Oh yeah, this one like you can mess with the frame rate a bit. Experience VRR. So right now it's set to 60 frames. If I pump it down, this is 35. You know what? Let's play Cyberpunk 2077 real quick. 40 FPS. Notice how it jumped me straight to 30 if you're not playing with VRR. 20, 30, or 60 is all you can do. So when you're like moving around like this, I'm just jumping frame rates all over the place. It's keeping up with that. The actual screen is not tearing. It's not displaying the wrong frame or anything. It's displaying exactly what you're supposed to have. I got the variable frame rate. Now I can adjust to more frames because it just lets me. So here's 1 FPS, baby. Oh yeah, I love my Switch 2 PowerPoints. God, it actually even affects the cursor. Here we go. We're gonna play Ocarina of Time and PAL. Oh my god, look at the mouse cursor. This is what OOT and ran at in Europe. 15 FPS. Oh. Here's that glorious 120. I don't know how well that comes across on camera. That's super smooth. If I set it to 60, you can kind of see it. The mouse is moving a little bit faster at 120. A little more smooth. So, experience VRR at 100 hertz or more, so I just gotta do that. So this is in VRR. I don't know what they're meaning by variable frame rate in VRR in this test, because I haven't really seen anything that different. I'm seeing how fluid and also the changing in the frame rates are. VRR is adjusting the actual hertz. So right now I got 31 FPS or 62 hertz. I go up here. Now we're going over, so 83 FPS, 83 hertz. I go lower, 10 FPS, 40 hertz. But when you do it with variable frame rate, it's 10 FPS, 60 hertz, but it's always at 60 hertz, no matter what it is. As long as it's under, like 60 hertz or under. If it's 60 FPS and under, it's the same. So if you go past that, anything 120 FPS to 60 FPS stays at 120 hertz. Then you rotate the thing up and down. I can make it go faster. Ooh-wee. Or slower. I can make it rotate around on its edges. I can even make it just throw the Switch out the window. Constantly. Oh, we gotta do that 1 FPS. Now that's good. Set the 60, please. I think this is a cool test. That was neat. How'd it go? That was actually pretty good, thank you. It was a neat test. Did a lot of neat and interesting things. I mean, I kind of didn't see the VR as much because I was looking at my camera feed, not necessarily the feed that they wanted me to look at. But I did see some of it. That was cool. Oh, here we go, the screws, thank you. This is the one everyone needs to read if they want to repair their system, because we don't know where the heck they are. Oh, what do you mean we're talking about buttons again? Yeah, buttons are bigger. Makes them a little bit better. Why do we need a quiz on, hey, button bigger? Like, that's not rocket science. We can see that with our eyes. Yeah, imperfect circuit. This is where you need, like, pads underneath your buttons between the actual plastic and the circuit board. Because it doesn't work without a pad. You need something to insulate the press. In this case, you're using a metal dome. Everyone's least favorite thing to hear. Hidden screws. There are 4 in total? I can only see 2 of them, so the other 2 are hidden. So yeah, we know where the first 2 are, on the edges of the Joy-Con, top and bottom. But where are the others? No screws are visible at first glance. That makes sense. You rip off this piece. I don't know how well that'll come across on camera. Not well at all. Well, especially if I'm going to be in focus. There is a little latch piece. It's extremely hard to focus on that. You have to get something underneath here and then pry this off, and they're all plastic clips. I mean, yeah, less likely to get dirty. I don't think people care if their screws get dirty. I think they care about actually being able to get to them. That's kind of dumb. I don't like hidden screws on my devices. Because I'll just say, if my screw gets dirty, just take a little bit of like rubbing alcohol or water and a Q-tip and just clean it off. It takes 2 seconds. It's not a problem. If that's the case, why didn't they hide the other 2? Because those will get dirty. Concrete. Imagine concrete in between your buttons. God, just reading hidden screws just making me so mad about electronics. Like, I've worked with some laptops, and they have the same problem. Like, my favorite is when you see one visible screw to open it, and it's like, neat, I'm in the back, there's no problem. And then there's like 20 more underneath, like a piece of plastic. So you have to tear that apart just to start unscrewing the rest. And you're not even done, because then there's like another 30 hidden screws under the back plate or something. It's like, hidden screws are the worst thing to deal with as a tech, because they're just so complicated at that point to take things apart. It's unnecessary. The hidden screw thing, I think, was more as a deterror from people to open their Switches this time, because that was one of the most popular mods with Switch 1. You just take a couple screws off, pop the back out, and then replace it with a see-through back. Same for the Joy-Con, super easy to open them up, replace them with a new housing. That way you have your custom color Joy-Cons or your see-through things. Nintendo did not like that. I think in some cases, if they saw you swap out your backplate, they were gonna, I wouldn't say they would void your warranty, because that'd be really petty, but I think they would refuse service, or just be less likely to help you on a repair, which is not right. Nintendo never likes you taking your stuff apart. Like most companies, to be fair. But you bought the thing, you have every right to open this up and do what you want with it. As long as it's in the legal field. Like, if you're going to use the system to pirate games and sell them, then yeah, go to jail. Because you're doing something illegal. But if you wanted to take your Joy-Con apart because you wanted to make this green, let's say, nothing stops you from doing that. Except the company hiding screws on you. Then, yeah, they're stopping you because they don't want that. Which is petty. Yeah, you can see that small little rod. Just pops out in place anytime you're undoing the magnet latch. Can I just say, shoutouts to the webcams I've been using now, actually having fantastic autofocus. I know the little plastic clip thing was the exception, but it's because it was hard for it to focus on something when my face was still in shot, and I couldn't really fix that. Way better than the old pulsating webcams of 2012 era. I'm not seeing a point to any of these quizzes. I've said this hours ago, but I'm saying it again. I don't see a point to these quizzes at all. They have eyes. Oh my god. We've answered this before. Like, this is almost the same quiz as we had on the other side. Like, is there anything really new here we haven't learned? Or at least with this set? Maybe the button thing? I guess? I don't know which one I failed. Again, I'm barely paying attention. Alright, it's the last one. It's just force. A little force. Yeah, I thought it was like half, but I guess it's a little more. Very little force. Oh my god, just let me go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Twice the normal force. See, that's why I needed to get the last slide, because they said a little force in the one slide. And then the final one is like, a lot of force. Like, oh my god, get your answers consistent. I think I just selected the wrong magnet. I did. I just realized that as soon as I clicked it. I can't, oh my god, the other magnet answer, because there's two almost the same thing. That's the thing. Some of these have joke answers that are not even close. And then others are extremely close, and their wording changes per slide. This is like, it irks me like if you didn't solve the math question exactly as your teacher showed you, but you still got the right answer, and somehow you still got the question wrong because your teacher disagrees. Like, that's how I sometimes feel with some of these quizzes. It's like, you answered it right, but not my version of right. Like, who cares? At the end of the day, I learned exactly how this worked. Is that good enough? Because I say it's good enough. The exact same thing happened in high school math. Dude, I had like one math teacher that was really annoying to deal with. Because they were extremely strict on that one. They did want you answering pretty much how they showed you. And it was ridiculously bad. I remember, what was this? I think it was trigonometry. So this was like my junior year in high school. We were doing, I can't remember what exactly. It was some kind of formula study. Oh, I have to hold the other one for this? Or what? Okay, I don't get the point in how you activate these. Hang on a sec. I'll get back to that story in a minute. How do you... I know these are hidden rumbles, but how do I... It's a matching game, but how do I match it, but then also check which one I'm vibrating with? Because the activate, I have to hit R. But then to do that again, it counts as an answer, and I don't want that. I must be missing another control. Like, that's another thing. Some of these minigames don't have clear controls. I get it now. You select one, then you select the other one. If you get it wrong, remember it was there. It's rumbling in a very specific sound. I gotta take my headphones off of this. Alright, I figured it out. So, I gotta really listen to it because it makes the sound of the object, but it's on the left one. I was lucky. There we go. Man, I was off by 2 seconds. Pre-calc. It might have... Actually, now you say pre-calc, it might have been pre-calc. Based on the timetable, I think it was. For my class. Yeah, I can't do this while I'm talking. This is hard. I mean, I already failed if I know it's 24 seconds. There we go. Got it. It's extremely precise because you have to pretty much guess the thing next to the first item you picked was the correct one. Because you don't have that much time otherwise if you're trying to go for the other medal. It's a little unforgiving on that front. Alright, so back to the story at hand. I believe it was pre-calc, now you're saying that. Because I was taking like AP math at the time. Because I was like a year ahead. So I had a teacher that required us to like memorize different formulas or something. I can't remember the specifics. This was so many years ago now. But if you didn't get the answers exact, they wouldn't let you in the classroom at the lunch. That was stupid. So this happened during my lunch break, right? Like that's when the class was lined up. So the guy used that as an opportunity to quiz people while they're at lunch and coming back. So use that time to study. Like that's what he was expecting. Here's the problem for me though, right? No, it wasn't lunch. No, I remember. It was worse than that. It was before you were allowed, he did this every class, that's what it was. I'm confusing him with someone else on that front about the lunch thing, but they were kind on that. They didn't have a problem. I think they just, the one I'm thinking of with the lunch thing, I think it's just like I had like a weird situation with them because of how I was coming in late a lot from that time period. But it was because I was coming from a different school, since like I was doing half my classes at one school and the other half at another one because I was doing early college stuff. So what I remember happened in this class was to let us in to actually do the stuff in the class. We were supposed to answer questions from flashcards. And I think it was like 2 or 3 questions. It wasn't terribly many. Maybe up to 5 at most. I can't exactly remember. But if you didn't get all of them correct, you weren't allowed in. It was probably like 1 or 2 questions whenever I look back at it. But if you didn't answer everything correct, then you just weren't allowed in the class. His class was the class I had once I got back to my high school from my morning classes at my local like tech college. So I was coming off of a different class from a bus ride, half asleep. So you can already see where this is going. I couldn't answer all the questions correct because I wasn't fully awake at that point, and I was already working on other class stuff that was already more taxing to my head. Like actually troubleshooting computers and repairing them and working with code, stuff like that. So the dude was not forgiving on that front. If you didn't answer his stuff correct, you were having to stand outside until you got it correct. And if you never got it correct, I guess you're not coming into the class today. Like, it was terrible. I don't know why that was a thing our teacher made us do in this, like, pre-calc class. But it was a thing, and it was a stupid idea. Parents actually were complaining to the school about how this was a thing they were hearing their kids deal with. And this was, like I said, an AP class. This was not a traditional class. This was a more advanced one, and yet you're getting treated wrong. Like, it was stupid. He was the only teacher I had that ever did that. I don't know why. Like, oh, you get this wrong? Sit outside, forehead, until you get it right. knock on the door when you think you got it right. It's like, why? It was really bad. But again, I've only had that with like one teacher. I think we all had like that one teacher in school that gave us crap for no reason. And that was the one for me. It was really, it wasn't even like he was singling out people. It was just, he just did not like when you weren't studying or keeping up with the class. Like you really had to keep up with him. Like that was the problem. If you weren't on his level, then yeah, good luck. Oh God, is this another one? Okay, LCD pixel hunt, so this is probably handheld. Yeah, okay, it's like, I don't want another 4K one, please. My TV can only be used so many times. Oh, hang on, you need to see what I'm doing. I have my cheat sheet ready here again with the viewfinder. So this is yet another thing with the mouse. I don't know how well it's going to come across on camera. I'll do my best. Yep, okay. Good luck. I can't even see it. Okay, that wasn't that bad. You guys can't see that probably, but that was actually pretty easy. So the gimmick of the game was the same as the 4K one. The only difference now is that you play on handheld, that's it. So that was testing more of your knowledge with the pixels on your 1080p display this time, which made the pixels stand out a little bit better. Oh my God. Shouldn't have put the system back in the dock. Gotta do it again. Give me back my Switch. Again, good luck seeing this on your own front. I apologize, but there's not much I can do on that. Even if I zoom in the camera, it wouldn't help you, sadly. I just have to sit like this and to just pay attention where my mouse cursor goes. That's where my dots are. That was it. I just clicked like here, like 3 areas again. This is... Dude, the 4K one was terrible, but the 1080p one? Easy. Like, I can actually keep track of those. But it's impossible for you guys to see it at home because it's on a dang camera. I can't screen capture on that console screen. No, I need some mods for that. Someone invent a Switch 2 screen capture mod like they did the Switch 1. Then I'll get back to you on that. How many scratches does this Switch 2 have by now? Thankfully, I don't think any. I'd be mad if there were scratches already. I'll check that next time it comes out of the dock. How about that? Which will probably be happening in 5 seconds. I forgot to turn off the camera. You know what? Because of that, I guess. Let's look together. I don't see any, but look at those fingerprints. Dude, that was from the game we played in like the first hour. All those fingerprints were from the very beginning area, or the second area, the LCD one, where you had to do the 10-finger game. That's why you have to have a microfiber cloth like this on standby. I love how people are gonna probably come into the stream now and see this, and it's like, hey, yeah, that's right. This is Welcome Tour at its finest. This is Welcome Tour right here. The Welcome Tour experience, that is. Yeah, there's just smudges. Nothing else. This screen's fine. I'm gentle putting my system in. I'm not like some other people like yank right into the Switch 2 dock with my console. I am gentle with my electronics because these things are expensive. This system is $450, and I've seen horror stories of people getting defects day one. But that goes for anything, not just this. So I count my blessings when I got a system that works 100% fine, no real issues. I've had the battery issue other people are having, but that seems more like a software bug, not a hardware bug. So that's not surprising. If you don't know, the battery indicator on Switch 2 right now is messed up. It might not display your percentage correctly, so you could be at like 1% battery and your system's still alive. You might be wondering how. And it's because of the indicator being off. There's a trick that can reset it to a couple percent. I see this one thing. That might actually be a scratch, unfortunately. I need to clean this better. So that's why I don't know. Which I'm not surprised. These systems scratch up pretty easily. I've heard, like I said, the screen's very bad on scratching. I'm just doing the standard put your saliva on it for now because I don't have water I can use on this. No, I think it's actually coming up, so I can't tell. I'll look at this later off stream. But this is going to happen regardless on the console. And that's why you got to go super slow on your dock. Do not rip your system in and out of the dock with like super force or anything like that, because you will scratch this thing up and it will be disgusting. Don't do that. Your screen will just look like someone knifed it. I need my Joy-Con. This uses up a decent amount of my Joy-Con battery too. Holy crap. Alright, let's continue. This is the one, yep. This is the game everyone's been complaining about the most when they complain about this welcome tour thing. It's the equivalent of watching paint dry. Shows a picture of the painting game. Yep, this is the one. I've heard about this one. Not how it plays, but more or less just an example. It's a mouse game. Gameplay! Really? I didn't mean to go back, but I think I won't do that one again anyways, because that one was stupid. Yeah, not fun. It's like, oh yeah, part 2. Scrape paint harder, forehead. I'm good, thank you. There's the other one. I was like, hello? Where's the rubber cap? I didn't get the other one. I didn't get rubber cap left bottom. I had to go back. I'll do it. No, left foot. Rubber cap upper left. Dude, how much longer is this game? I got I? So, J, K, and L. I still have 3 other areas after this. Why is this game so big? But yet feels so empty. Like, what is the... This is a game of all time. I keep on saying that for a reason. So I need the other magnet connector and then the other... I'm probably just going to end up skipping quizzes now, honestly, because I want to see all the areas. The quizzes are not really all that great. So I might just start skipping those so I can just get a move on. And then double back later if we need them for whatever reason. I don't see a purpose of the quizzes. I'm sorry, but these things are just worthless. What am I missing? Is it something with the body? Player LED, magnet connector, cap, rubber cap, foot. Yeah, it's one extra thing, so it has to be something... I would say on the main body. Yeah, here it is. The logo, are you kidding me? That is the dumbest one. Oh, I didn't do that minigame. Ah, here we go. Paywall! Just like with the camera. Except that one you can't circumvent. You do need controllers with the programmable buttons. Yeah, I'm just gonna do these. Minigames and the stickers. The stamps. Yeah, not the others. Balloon Burst, everyone's favorite Mario Party game. Oh yeah, I also heard, yeah, this is like the, what's the game called on PCs? Like the mouse trainer game? So you can test your aim. That's like this, actually. Except you can also move with a joystick, which is cool because on PC, you only have diagonal movement with WASD for first-person games. But on the Switch, because you're playing with an actual joystick, you get the whole 360-degree rotation. So you get full analog movement. So this kind of game lets you actually do a lot more with your mouse control, which is very cool. And specifically this console, not just this game. So I can just hold one in the air like this to show, and move with the cursor on my right hand. Dude, this is what Splatoon 4 could look like, and that makes me super hyped. Same for Metroid Prime 4. Where are the others? Like 2 more. Hello? Oh, there they are. Nice aim, forehead. I couldn't find the balloons. So I flat out was just wasting 10 seconds for no reason. There it is. There we go, perfect. I think I'll just do level 2, because the other one might be too expensive, but even if it isn't, I'll just move on. Because we unlocked the other area, I want to go there. Again, these quizzes are boring. They are the worst part about this game. Flat out. Yeah, part 3. Have a look at it. Bombs underneath sets of 3 balloons, so it's the same, just more balloons. I'm legit liking this one. That's the reason why I'll try it again. I wasn't going to at first, but yeah, actually this one's kind of fun. So I gotta pop all 3, and then the one on the bottom? No, I can just pop the one on the bottom. It's good enough. Good. That's way faster, to be fair. There you go. Marksman, let's go. First try. That was actually easier than Challenge 2. Because as long as you hit the balloon on the bottom, it's an instant win. See, like that game? That's fun. Oh, there's a game I missed over on Joy-Con L. Oh no. I'm wanting to get a move on, so right now I just can't care. Where am I going? There, okay. Screw your quizzes, man. These things are not fun. They're only checking for stamps. That's why I just, at this point, I'll just stamp in game. That's it. There shouldn't be that many games here, I think, because if it's mainly using buttons on the Pro Controller, it should be like 1 or 2. Which, if that's the case, I should be disconnecting these Joy-Con now for the Pro Controller, because that is actually needed. I hear that technically you could get by in this area without the programmable buttons here. It's just really hard Because this minigame makes you use the buttons if you want to actually clear it. But you don't need it if you're fast enough. Or in my case, claw grip. Claw grip. That's what happens when streaming for 5 hours. It's like I was tired since minute 1. So you want the map B, the GL, and then A, the GR. Okay, that's what I do in Mario Luigi Brothership, so I'm already used to that. Yeah, this is where it'd be kind of impossible. I actually wasn't paying attention to the second what they meant by that. I'm not gonna do that again because that's time consuming. I like the idea of these programmable buttons. It's been really nice to have. Nah, I'm good. More complex? What do you mean by more complex? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Interesting game. I'm actually surprised I got the second medal. It's like those old, like, bop it, twist it, throw it because it gets aggravated, you can't play it anymore. It's like the old, like, toy that you've seen out there years ago. I think they still make those things, the bop its. Okay, this is getting a little out of hand. My hand's actually cramping up by doing this, because it's a lot all at once. Okay, I mean, I didn't get the second one, but whatever. My hand was legitimately cramping up halfway through that. Because there was way too many buttons to press all at once in very specific orders. No, I'm good. Sticks do feel better on this, so yeah, the glide smoothly is accurate. So this is an HD Rumble 2 Maker demo. So this will use the rumble and the controller. With the mouse. Why is this a Pro Controller area and they require a mouse? Yeah, it turns off my other one, so I need the other Joy-Con active too. That's so weird. Oh my god. How do you preset? Oh, there you go. It's neat. It goes with all these different sounds pretty well. That's why I always liked about the HD Rumble stuff from Nintendo. The Rumble sounds are one-to-one what you're actually listening to. So what am I doing? Strong vibration at 60 hertz. That would be here. Uh-huh. It has to be exact. That's pretty dumb. Create vibration at 200. Doesn't say any specific range, strong or weak, so I'm just going to do like right in the middle. Subtle vibration, 400, like here. Ish. Come on. Can't even hear it. Doesn't count. Oh my god, this is so precise. That counted. Persistent from 40 to 480. Wow. How do you do that? I can't move perfect. Okay, it has leniency. So just like going straight, that's not happening. I couldn't just go straight left to right. Now, can I play with the Pro Controller again? The thing that the area is designed around? Because that would make sense. Control pad? We just call it a D-pad in this house. Right stick. Dude, there's so many stamps here. Oh my god. Why does this area have like 20 stamps? I'm noticing. This menu is massive. What is there? The stamp. We have all the traditional buttons, but then what else? I know you gotta have, oh yeah, the thing in the middle, because NFC. You gotta have the programmable G buttons, so I have to probably go on the underside? Player LED. Is there one for charging cord? Yep, there it is. USB Type-C. We gotta have the R buttons. Oh my god, you actually walk on them this time. Which is weird. It almost feels like you're not supposed to. Because there's certain areas I can't walk down, and then others I can. That's kind of sketchy. Oh, there's the other thing, which I figured. Sync button. So what else am I missing? Because I got these buttons here. So that's all the R and L buttons. I'm missing like 3 things. 2 of them have to be the programmable buttons. Why can't it go this far down? It's like no reason to outside of this one man. Headphone jack has got to be a thing. Yeah, there it is. I love that about this controller. You can plug in a pair of headphones or a headset to use for game chat like they're saying too. But just plug in a pair of headphones to listen to your game while playing is great. Alright, so that's why I can run down here. I need the other one. Oh, hang on, I see that. Give me. I got someone's hat. That was a lot of stamps. I gotta go back over to the Joy-Con grip for Area K. Oh no, I don't have the wheel. Guys, we can't finish this game. I gotta go buy a plastic wheel. What do you mean you don't need to and it's a waste of money? we waste money in this house? Don't actually waste your money on the stupid wheels. You don't need it. It's a piece of plastic. Just get the old Wii wheel and get duct tape. Then you have a Joy-Con 2 wheel. It's the same thing. Not really, but close enough. Realistically, just don't play Mario Kart with motion controls. That fixes this whole problem. It doesn't feel great. Honestly, it's not like Mario Kart Wii, where it's like 2 actions. Now with all like the parkour stuff, I don't really see the wheel actually being that easy to use. Because of how imperfect motion controls are for a game like Mario Kart. Oh, thank God, there's like nothing here. Stunt driving. You can play with mouse controls. Okay, thank God. That's what I'm doing then. Every time I wanted to use the Pro Controller tonight, I keep on getting defaulted back to Joy-Con. That's why I have barely been using the Pro Controller, even though I want to. Oh. Wee. Ooh. Alright, I got the point. So I gotta lift this up to change tracks. Oh, that's dirt. Oh, okay, I get it, I kind of want a mulligan though, because it took me a minute to figure that out. You don't tilt like this until you really need to. It might make you go slightly faster, and then also feeds you through very narrow areas. God, the new Mario Kart looks weird. This is what they meant by parkour. No, how'd I miss? That was neat. I barely got the second medal. Let's go. I like the game. That was neat. A little weird to grasp at first, I will admit. R2's out? Sure. Yes, I got him. There are now walls. Oh no. Shout out to everyone who stuck around so long, by the way. I did not realize we've been going now for over 5 hours. We're so close to the end of this, so I'm just gonna see the rest of the areas out at this point. So you just get very tired energy me until this is done. What do you do with this? Oh, it just moves the walls. Okay. So the smaller ones are better to go for. Because they're harder, that means you get more of a benefit. Oh, that is punishing. Okay, it doesn't like fully stop you, but it might as well. There's no way we get both medals now, because I really screwed up. Oh, no, 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 no. It's very narrow. Ah, my back tire. I was barely off. If I didn't hit one wall, I would have actually got that. That's shocking. I'll do the rest of that on my own time. I like that one. That was fun. Nope, I'm good, thank you. We'll say, I'm getting a lot of footage tonight for an eventual Switch 2 video, which I still need to work on getting my unboxing video of this done. People might wonder, hey, he's got it, he usually does one of those. Just do unboxing. I've just been busy. Trying to get all the Metroid Zero Mission stuff out, that's been the priority. Series is almost wrapped up. Like, tomorrow, you're getting the second to last part. That's how close we are to the end. Because if you're watching, you know how much of the game is left. We're essentially in endgame territory and cleanup. So, yeah, there's not much left. So that's more of a priority. After that series is done, I'm probably going to take a little break from doing full, like, Let's Play stuff, just to work on some of the Switch 2 stuff. Yeah, see, the one accessory they didn't require you to buy so you can actually try these demos, because it's just a hunk of plastic. You don't need a wheel. It does nothing. All you gotta do is just hold the controller. That's it. In fact, I don't see how you do this with a wheel. That's terrible. Alright, so facing downwards like this. Actually, wait a minute. I think I hold them in different hands. Like this. Yeah. No, I had it right the first time. I guess. I think. I don't know. This is such a weird game. Oh, I got it. I got it. Yeah, I was holding them upside down. It's my fault. I still feel like I'm holding these upside down. Whatever. At this point, if I'm doing it wrong, I'm doing it wrong. Casual stroll. Wait, what was the horn? It just like it ends when you smack into the wall head first. Like, come on, man. If you're going 220 miles an hour, you're just dead. You hit anything with that motorcycle? Uh-oh. You ain't coming back from that. I'm surprised they let you go that fast. That's dangerous. Here, have a hat. I still don't get the point of the lost and found gimmick. I really don't. Because I haven't seen anything come out of it. Alright, so where's the thing that pops up? Here it is. I was going to say, there's got to be a player LED stamp. That's just a given. Now, can I get off the wheel? And then run around? I got the S buttons. Yes, you can run around, so there's got to be something out here. This thing, maybe? Nope. Quiz? Those are boring. Foliage down there looks a little off to me. I don't know why. Come on, it's like right here. I see it. I see the SR button. Just give me it. So I'm missing 3 things now. I imagine they're on the bottom part of the wheel. Maybe down here. I don't know if this is counting. No. Didn't we find something else here? I just went to Lost and Found, so I thought I found that in this area. Maybe I didn't. So what are the other 2 things? I'm gonna go back for that. Hit the area first. Let me go back for the Lost and Found just to get that done. Maybe down there? But you can't get into the... Yeah, you can't get to these. Here we go again with that random pixel hunt. Alright, so it's just the inside. So I gotta get the SR buttons from the inside now. That's kind of dumb. There. That's everything here. So if that's the case, then we just have the final area, which should be the internals of the console at area L. I don't think there's anything past L that I've seen, at least. I've only done 52%, so the quiz has to count for a lot here. I'm not bothering with the quiz. I'm just wanting to get the final area. This guy is the reason why my screen's gonna be scratched. Just him sliding over like this with bare shoes. Couldn't even get like socks on or anything. No, it had to be shoes. Home stretch, that's what you want to hear, because I am exhausted. This has not been a fun game. I stretch to call this a game. This has just been learning with Switch 2. Why is this a thing they charged money for? I'm sorry, man, but $10 is a lot to ask for something I'm never gonna play after this. Ah, here's your internal. Now this is the money shot. Everyone loves to see the internals of their consoles. Just anything. Now, that might look like a Phillips screw to you. It ain't. Trust me, plenty of people stripped these things in the past on anything Japanese made. Those are J-head screws, I believe they're called. Something like that. J-screw, I think. It's essentially Phillips, but they don't have the round bit on the inside. It's instead a like a solid rectangle bit. So you can easily strip these kind of screws if you're just using Phillips heads. So don't use that. I recommend just picking up like an iFixit kit. Their screwdriver bits usually have all the screws you need to open up pretty much anything. They're definitely worth it. Here's Micro SD Express. There's another quiz. I just care about the demo, thank you. I saw that, so when we're done, I have a stamp. A short 3D sound experience? Oh, this is not gonna work. Oh, with a pair of headphones. So maybe I can do this on my TV. Use a system, tabletop, or handheld. Nope, okay. This is the one I don't know if you'll hear. But we'll try. I have it set up through headphones. So I don't know how the heck this is gonna work. So you'll just hear it through the actual system, I guess. I don't know. This is one I have no idea how this is gonna work. So listen to the helicopter on autopilot, switch to surround, move. This effect is gonna fall flat because I don't have surround sound on. I do have headphones, so that makes this easier. That sounds like default's in mono and not stereo. At least to me. You move the helicopter with the A button. Now I can just move it myself. Oh yeah, here we come. Here we come. South of the play area, so I don't know what they mean by south. Okay, I'm seeing the perspective now, so just straight down. Fly around the area, so how much around are we talking? Oh, okay, that's good enough. It's interesting. You kind of just need headphones for this demo. It's not terrible. I just think it doesn't have that much practical use to put you in handheld mode for that. Well, we got a thing. We got a thing. Tech demos have now been complete. Thanks for playing. Why was that the final demo? that tech demo kind of ended them all on a wet fart. Like, that was okay, but I don't know. Heard that for many years by wearing headphones, so not as impressed. Oh, what's this? 4 shapes? You made it sound more interesting than it was. It's like, no. It's just, can you put round shape in round hole, the game. Are you kidding me? I mean, I get why the diamond didn't fit, but... Are you serious about the clover? Like, what? That was in there. I'll try it again. I'm kind of bugged on that one. That should have worked. Oh, why? They really make me twist my hand on that one. That's terrible. Way too twisted, so I couldn't do it fast. I'll come back to that. I think I just barely got it. Because it was 16? No, it was 15. I'll do it one more time. Micro adjustments are just impossible for me. It's the fact you gotta twist these while also dragging around with mouse. It's cool, but to do it fast is not easy. There, okay, we got it. I can't twist my hand that fast. Because then I feel like if I'm doing that, I'm getting it completely out of the area entirely. Oh, this area has 3 games. I'm probably just gonna do that one. For rotating, because I could do the other one, but that's gonna be time consuming. I don't like it. Really, you really don't. You can hear my excitement has left a long time ago. So at this point, it's just power hour. I just want to get all the stamps. That's at least the one thing I really want, because then that means we've seen all areas. That and play at least all the minigames once. Those are the most important things. Who the heck cares about the quizzes? Like, they are my least favorite part here, so I don't care. Can I jump in? Oh, here's yet another quiz. This area is chock full of them. Like, if I decided, hey, let's do all the quizzes to wrap this up, that would be like an hour of just questions. No, thank you. I'm already annoyed. I've been playing this game for almost 6 hours and it hasn't really felt like there's been that much content for 6 hours of gaming. So this is you swimming, but you use both the Joy-Cons at the same time with the mouse mode. That's how you do the breaststrokes. Okay, I get it. Oh, see, the problem I have with this is they don't give you like the most clear instructions, so I immediately started without knowing you gotta hold the buttons. This is extremely imprecise. Oh, dear God. As soon as I'm off-centered, I'm just immediately going left or right. Like, there's no way of auto-correcting that. You just instantly flop to the other direction. Ah, neat. But not great. My God, there's so many quizzes. Why are there so many quizzes? I'm counting. What is this at this point? At least 6? Is that at least 6 in this one area alone? I know that this is the internals of the console, so it has to be the most jam-packed area, because there's the most stuff going on. But, oh my God. If you really need a history lesson on how the Nintendo Switch 2 works, Well, I guess you found the area. I'm good. Thank you. And what a trip you gotta go to even get to the last area once you get all the stamps. Because that guy's probably like, hey, go here when you have all the stamps. And that's all I'm caring about. Oh, here we go. I was looking for this one. Headphone jack. And then the other thing's the USB-C, which I'm glad there's an upper port now, so you can actually charge your system while in tabletop mode, which is nice. And you can also hook up things to the console while in the dock without needing to worry about the side ports being filled. Like, just that one extra USB-C makes a big difference. Especially when you're in handheld mode. Oh, here we go. The heat sink, or the heat pipe. So I'm missing 1, 2, 3, what was that, 4? 4 more things? I don't know where else they could be. I was thinking one was on the fan, but it showed the entire area when I got the heat pipe, so it might not count the fan. Oh, no, it does. There we go. I was going to say it has to count the fan, right? I'm missing 3 things. I got both speakers. I got the battery. Right? Did the battery count? Should have. Got that port thing. I don't remember what it was. Maybe I didn't get the battery, because I feel like there's an area here I probably haven't touched that counts as a stamp. This is a big battery, 5220 milliamp. It's a shame that, yes, this is like, I think the biggest battery we've had in the Nintendo handheld yet, but it has worse battery life than the Switch Lite, Redbox Switch, and the, yeah, here we go, and the Switch OLED, but that's more because of the power of the console. It doesn't really have anything to do with the battery capacitor. Like, it has plenty of juice to give, but the Switch 2 just pulls a lot of juice. Honestly, can I give a little bit of a hot take on this? Because I don't know how many people would agree. But I think a 720p screen for the handheld is fine. In fact, it uses less power, so the system could last longer. 1080p looks good, but you didn't really need to have 1080p for the handheld screen because it's like 7 inches. You could have gotten away with 720. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see a revision of the Switch 2, like with the Switch Lite, and they make a Switch 2 Lite, at that point, let's say, have a 720p screen. I feel like that would just make sense, because that's a pretty easy way of saving on battery life. But also, you can get a panel, I think 720p for a little bit cheaper than 1080. LCD panels are pretty cheap nowadays, so I don't know if they'll be cheaper or not. But I haven't ever felt bothered with the Switch 1 models, any of them, being a 720p screen for a handheld. Don't really feel bothered that the Steam Deck is in 720p. The lower the res, the easier it is for games to run in handheld mode for these consoles, so it's not like you need the higher res anyways. In fact, it might be better for some games if they're not in higher resolution. I don't know how much of that is an actual hot take. I've heard some people in the handheld PC scene say they really want 1080p, and some people say they just don't care and rather have 720p for battery. So I think it's, mileage may vary on that one. That might not be a hot take. That might just be a lukewarm take. Where are these other stamps, dude? Like, I'm walking all over this console. Oh, hang on. I see some stuff out there. How do you get down there? I tried to go around. It didn't really seem like I was finding a good path. Can't go up. Oh, man. Let me go back around. I think the USB-C is probably the easiest place to warp to. I can just walk back around from here. Okay, you can just squeeze past the screw, but then from here, how do I get past? Because the wires are in my way. Oh, I found my other thing from Lost and Found. I'll take that back in a minute. Can I go from here? Okay, but then I'm still blocked. I'm surprised they let me walk past that capacitor. Oh, there you go. I couldn't see the gap because of my camera. That's my fault. Microphone. So I'm just missing one more thing. Let me go back to Lost and Found. I feel like that had to have been everything from Lost and Found. I've got jack all from that. So let me get a better view of everything here. So we've done the game there. We've done the swimming game, so I'm not going to bother with the other one. I might just start it. Just to have it on the menu or something. But I'm looking for the stamp. Because I'm trying to figure out what else on this system would they have marked for a stamp. I kind of feel like I've gotten everything covered. It's around USB Type-C and heat pipe. It doesn't matter. Yeah, on a smaller screen, I don't think most people would notice a difference between 720p and 1080p. It's hard to judge that right now with the Switch 2, the Switch 1 games, because if a game ran in 720p on handheld on Switch 1, it's running at 720p on handheld on Switch 2. So people have already been reporting that Switch 1 games are noticing significantly blurrier on Switch 2. But that makes sense because, again, 720p on a 1080p panel, it's not looking right. It just looks a little soft. People are hoping that there could be an option maybe in the future, because you could do this on a modded Switch, where you can just force 1080p on handheld. So people are hoping that maybe there could be an option on the Switch 2, where it just uses the Switch 1 like dock profile in handheld mode, because it's very possible to do that. So people are kind of just hoping that would be a thing, just to make these games not look as blurry, which I could see that. That could be neat. I don't know if Nintendo will do that, because they don't normally do that kind of stuff, but, you know, pipe dreams. There we go. Hopefully it was under 30 seconds for all the medals. That'd be nice. Hey, it was. First try. I haven't noticed the blurrier thing, for people wondering that. I haven't noticed the games looking a little blurrier or not on the Switch 2 screen if they were Switch 1 games. But that's also because, again, it's a 7-inch screen. I'm not seeing much of a difference. I don't care what res you're talking about. If it was 480p, I might notice, because that's very small. So it would definitely look blurry, but I can't notice at 720 to 1080. There's not that big of a resolution bump there. It's like a couple pixels. That's it. What was that other game, by the way? I'm missing 2 of them. Okay, so they're just upgrades to games we were playing before, what I'm seeing. Yeah, so I'm not going to bother with those. I just want to see what we were missing there, because I just noticed some gaps. Where is this final stamp piece? And I am also in that boat, dude. Yeah, they're showing us more of the system than I ever anticipated, because Nintendo doesn't normally show off this much of their internals. They are very secretive about their stuff. I'm shocked to see this much. And this is without an official teardown. You're just seeing it in a digital recreation. Alright, let me see. We got microphone, we got the game key card, audio jack, antenna. Wait a minute. Wireless antenna left, right, upper. Okay, so I got all the wireless antenna because there's 3 of those. USB Type-C upper, then you got the heat pipe, the fan, brightness, volume, power. Everything here makes sense. Speaker L, speaker R. I feel like it's gotta be a thing between the USB-C and the heat pipe area. I don't know if it'd be down here though, but it's a thing in between these 2 connectors that I'm probably missing. Maybe it could be up here. Because I'm trying. What else does the Switch 2 have that I haven't seen? Yeah, we haven't done any insight. Oh my god. There's still a lot more of this game I have not even touched, and I've been playing for a very long time, so that's saying a lot. I'm not caring about that, but I'm just shocked there's that much I haven't even touched. No wonder why some of these areas are pretty empty. Did they give me CPU or GPU? No, because that's under the heat pipe, so I can't even say here's the NVIDIA chip or something. What else did I not see in this system? Like, what other thing is left? I don't want to look this up, because if it's just one item, I can figure it out, but it's like, what other item have they not broke down? I'm trying to think, but I'm so tired, I can't think of the other item in question. If anyone has any insight on that, please just shout it out. I don't care. I just don't see it right away. I got all the buttons, because there's volume rockers, the brightness slider, power button, all the buttons. I got the microphone, got the USB-C, got the headphone jacks. Everything on top should be fine. Battery. Any other parts of the battery? Shouldn't be any more parts. And all the speakers. There's only 2. Hot take, they should have still supported standard micro SD cards on the Switch 2. Just to at least support your Switch 1 games, because, man, micro SD expresses are hard to find, and they're very expensive. And you don't need that speed for a Switch 1 game. We've proven this for the past 8 years. I don't know why we had to just get a whole new standard for Switch 1 games. At least let us use the micro SD for bulk storage, and I mean more than just your albums. That would have been nice. Go to bed. I don't blame you. I'm almost there myself, so go get your rest, Ethan. Thanks for sticking around for as long as you did. I appreciate your viewing. No. Why do I keep on going to Insight? I don't care. I want to stay on this. This page for the stamps. Yeah, have a good night, Ethan. I like the music here. It's nice and chill. If I don't find the thing next 5 minutes, I'm going to just tap out and just look it up, because I am running out of ideas of where else to look on this console. I've checked. I feel like, oh my god, really? How many times have I walked past this area and the heatsink pipe didn't pop up? That's so annoying. Oh, I finally found it. So now I get to go wherever this final area leads. If it even is an area. Let me do a warp, because there's no way I'm walking all the way over there. Okay, I thought I screwed up. Or we're good. Got all the stamps in area L? Yes, I did. Hey, you did it. The final room is just up ahead. There is another room. They did not tell you that on the inside trip. The inner area. There are 3 more things here to get. And here's one of them. So this has got to be the actual internals. The CPU, GPU, memory. There can't be that many places you can hide these stamps, because there's not many areas here. This is the main chip right here. This is the CPU GPU combo. Wait, what? Where's the thing? There it is. That's a weird spot to put it. This is the SoC. Well, that's all the stamps in the game. Now I can talk to the person behind the counter. I figured I probably want to get the stamps first. I got all the stamps. Hey, you did it. It's not over yet. One last challenge. Oh my god, alright, fine. I'll do one final quiz, and I'll do her final quiz. Alright, let's see what we do here. What's the mechanism attached to Joy-Con controller to the console? Magnetic connector. Question 2. Are USB-Cs does the system have? 2. Question 3. What is the name of the button for chat? C button. Which has a stand that we found in the Joy-Con 2 area. HD Rumble 2. Mouse feet on the strap. Back the controller helps move around. The following is present on the dock. HDMI port. What happens when you turn the slider on the camera? Privacy lens. Which of the following parts has a stand that we found on the inner Joy-Con right or left? That is the left. That. Okay, yeah, it did look like that. I was like, wait, what? No. Okay, I see it. Capture button. I'm just so tired. I thought it was the right one. I don't know why. It's located right in the middle of the Joy-Con 2 grip. The logo. Plain as day. Which cannot be found on the Pro Controller, the SL button, SR button. What's the shape of the wheel? What do you think a wheel looks like, idiot? Which phone is located at the very end of the console inner area. Inner area? That's the SoC, where we're at now. Number 13. Which exhibit commemorates the release of which Nintendo console? This is the Switch 2 Welcome Tour. It says it on the title card in the top left. I think you know what it is. And perfect score, first try. It's like I learned in the past 6 hours or something. And that is it. The stamp rally is complete. I'm gonna count that as my credits. Congratulations, you beat the Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Was it worth it? No. You can hear it in my voice. I sound like I'm trying not to wake up someone sleeping in the next room. That's not why I'm talking like this, even though it is 1 in the morning, or close to it now. I'm talking like this because I'm exhausted, so all my energy is gone. Yeah, we haven't introduced. What's your name? I actually play a fairly important role in this exhibit. I'm its curator. Nice job making it this far. The deepest level of the Switch 2 console inner area. Now you explore many different areas before winding up here, but are there any particular exhibits that left an impression on you? Needless to say, these are sprawling grounds. Sprawling grounds are an important part of the exhibit itself. I'm so happy you explored every corner so thoroughly. I look at your map and all over the exhibit hall. So making it all the way here, I hope you continue to enjoy the space. Yeah, so I'm not done. I still have all the other quizzes to do. I still have apparently all the insight, which probably just means talk to everybody. Not to mention, I still have some of the other minigames to play. But I'm done. I did everything the game really has to offer. So each area, 87, 88, 91, 87, 91, 94, 91, 87, and then you can see where I started to give up. 68, 68, 52, and 25%. There are a lot of things to do in all these other areas, and a lot of them are kind of wastes of time. Oh, and if you leave here, then you can just go back to change your character. So you don't like how you look, you can just change. Okay. Well, that was a video game of all time. So, to give my honest impressions on this thing, because I'm struggling to call this a game. I'm struggling to call this a tech demo. I say it's more of a technical showcase with minigames kind of sprinkled here and there. Because even that part is kind of weird. I don't know. Like, this is a weird entry. I think it's fine, but I did not enjoy this. This was not fun. Like, some areas were okay. My favorite part was the camera area. Just that facial expression game alone That was the highlight of the night. That was hilarious and had so many cool and goofy reactions. Plus, it had some really good facial tracking. So, no matter if you're using the actual Switch 2 camera like I am, or if you're plugging in some other like USB webcam that works on the Switch 2, its face tracking is pretty dang good. And that really will help for game chat because it does need to track your face pretty well if it's doing the background removal stuff just to show your forehead. So that was impressive. And some of these other games were impressive too. Like there was a lot of cool stuff with the mouse mode. I really like that. I just want to see more games utilize the mouse mode on Switch 2. As of right now, there's only a very small handful of titles that do use mouse stuff. This is one of them. So if you really wanted to try mouse mode, download Fortnite. just download Fortnite. It's free. Play that instead. And then just screw around with the menus on the Switch 2 with the mouse. That's your best options right now, if you want to be honest. This is okay for mouse stuff, but it's probably not worth the money. I enjoyed my time streaming this, but at the same time, it's not necessarily a game I'm ever coming back to. Like, this was neat, but do I care enough to play it again? No. After this, I'm probably going to go back through and talk to all the people to see their insight stuff. And then probably shelf it. Like, I don't have any interest to play this at all going forward. I just want to get all the things done to say I did them. And even then, I'm probably not even going to 100% this. Like, there's no reason to 100% this game. It is not even a full game. It's not even much of a demo. It's just this, like, weird experience. And it's an experience you should have once. And then that's it. Like, again, I don't really see any other reason to ever play this again. My honest take. Is it worth $10? It's the $1 million question, the one we've been wondering all night. No. But maybe. And I know that's not a great answer, but it's because it's really going to depend. For most people, no. It's not worth it. If you don't have many things to play on your Switch 2, still not worth it. There are free-to-play games that are better than this. Mario Kart World is bundled with a lot of Switch 2, so you're better off with that. If you have it with your system already, like how I do. Fast Fusion is $5 more. So if you want to buy another game on the eShop that's exclusive to this console, get that instead. It's another racer, but it's highly worth it. It's a great game. This, though, is in this weird, if you just want to play around with all the different features your console has, welcome towards the only game that's doing that right now. It's the only game that's really pushing the 4K capabilities, the 120 hertz, the variable refresh rate. I think this is the only game that works for VRR right now. That's going to change in the future, but right now I think it's just... No, actually no. I think Cyberpunk does as well. So it's like, I can't even think of like a unique thing this game has that nothing else does. But it does have all the mouse mode stuff, which is cool. Again, with the frame rate, the HDR, like it has cool stuff. So if you really needed something to experiment with on your Switch 2, then maybe it's worth it. But you have to ask yourself that question. It's only $10, so it's not that expensive, but I don't think this is worth it for most people. I got my money's worth out of it. I will be getting some of that back because of how I'm doing this. I mean, I make money from these streams and just posting the video in general, so I do get some of that back because of ad revenue, because of subscriptions, because of members. So I can say it was worth it because I enjoyed my time streaming it. But for the average consumer, the answer to if Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour was worth $10, it's a no. We started tonight by seeing the Metacritic score, right? And that Metacritic score was this. It was a mixed game. Highest it scored was 55 out of 100 points. This is a pretty low score. Most people did not care for this game at all. And I can see why. It's okay at best. And an interesting showcase of your hardware. But it's not worth your time. It really is not. If you know someone who has it, maybe try it off their Switch 2. That's about it. But with that said, that's gonna do it for tonight's stream. I went a lot longer than I was anticipating, and I gotta like tear down a lot of this stuff and put things away. So I still have a busy night ahead of me. Unfortunately, I would love to just jump up in bed as it is because I am exhausted. But I got a vacuum to put away. I got a camera to disassemble on a tripod. I got to hook back up my Switch 2 dock to where it's supposed to go. So I got a lot of work. I might leave some of it for tomorrow. But I have to do some of it now. So, yeah. I'm done for the night, though. Like, oh my god. So, yeah, you can hear my energy just gone at this point. I'll just do the quick housekeeping so I can get out of here, and I don't want to hold you guys too much longer. Go check out the Metroid Zero mission. Tomorrow's the second to last part, so that's going to be wrapping up starting next week. Right at Monday will be the final episode, so come back for that on Monday to watch the finale, but tomorrow will be a brand new part of that on YouTube. And then on the LPR League, still going strong, Valkyrie in Time, Master Quest. So check that one out if you haven't already. Been a very fun playthrough. People have been liking it so far based on what I'm seeing with the overall analytics, and I'm glad to see it, so check it out. That's pretty much it for the video side. I've already said, yes, as you can figure, tonight was like a demonstration of that. It was work in two fashions. One, I'm working because I'm streaming. That's technically a job for me. I do get paid for it, as I mentioned. But this is also a case of I'm working to gather footage. The entire night was essentially me gathering footage for an eventual switch to like review first impression style video, like I do with usually every new console I get. So there was plenty of stuff for me to work with from tonight. And thankfully, I don't really need to do a lot of the extra stuff now. I was wanting to shoot on Switch 2. I just need a few more clips and I should be okay to just start putting it together. No ETA on that one. Still gotta get the unboxing out. I would like to get it out by this weekend, but no promises because it's been a very busy week. So expect that at some point. Maybe after Metroid Zero mission, I would honestly think. That would make more sense in my head. But that's going to do it for tonight. I'm exhausted. I think it's time for me to put away my welcome tour and never look at this one again. But hopefully you guys enjoyed watching this thing. It was an experience of all time, that's for sure. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you here back with more streams next week. Take care and have a good night, everybody.